Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is 17-part video series showing you how to create BEMNN house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So go to models and then click on new, and then here we're going to change this to architecture template and then press OK. So once we open, we need to save it first. So let's save it to the location that you want to. So I have it in the location that I want. So I'm just gonna call this one BEMNN house. And before you click save, you can click on the option. In this option, you can basically have backups up to 20 or even more. But if you're a beginner, this is probably a good way of saving your project in order to have different backups right here that you can go to if you ever made a mistake. You can just go back to that file. But now I think 5 is enough. So I'm gonna change it to 5. So there will be 5 of the file, and then once you save it again for the 6th time, it will save on the last one. So it just keeps on saving or looping in. You can even put it as to 1 so that it doesn't make your file bigger or your cumulative files bigger. So I'm just gonna put it file. I know we could go back to any problems that we come up to. So I'm gonna leave it like that, 5, and then leave everything like this. Press OK, and then save. So once we save it, we could check the units. So I'm using metric, and then I'm using millimeters. So here I'm using the template for metric. That's why it's in millimeters, or I could even change this to meters. If you need to be imperial, you will need to go to, or you need to open imperial template. So I have a metric template with a millimeter unit. And then after this, click save again. And then we're in level 1 as a default. So what I usually add first is grid lines. So it's under architecture, or you could click or type in GR. So this is the short keyboard. So I advise you to memorize all the keyboard shortcuts in order to make your life easier. And if not, it's better to know where it is. So it's under architecture and on the right side of the screen, upper right side. And then now type in GR, and then once you have GR typed, you will be able to add lines now. Make sure it's 90 degrees. It will start with numbers first. So as you can see, this is number 1. I usually add it in the middle. So I'm estimating my model to be around here. So I'm gonna add grid line number 1. You can press escape and then escape again so that to close off. Because what we can do now is we could select this grid line, and then we could click on copy. So once you select this, automatically it will put you into the modify tab. In the modify tab, there's a lot of things right here. You have move, copy, align, offset, and rotate. Those are the minimum, and then those are the most used even mirror. So these are the most used actions you use. So now I selected this, it put me onto modify. You can either click on copy, which is right here, or you can type in its keyboard shortcut, which is CO. So I'm gonna type in CO, and then as you can see, it will create a pop out here. And the important things to consider here is to check multiple, because you want to add multiple grid lines into your project. So now this is number 1. I'm gonna select that again. So once you select it again, you'll be able to grab it. So once you grab it, you'll be able to put it on the which size you want. So for me, this is number 1. I want number 2 and number 3 right here. So I'm gonna move it on the right side. If you want your number 2 or number 3 right here on the left side, you will need to place it on the left side. So now I'm gonna place it on the right side without, I'm just estimating, I just want it to be moved on the right side. So now you can be able to type. So I'm gonna type in 4950. It created the grid line, and then another 4905, and that's for our third grid line. Now you can press escape and then escape again. As you can see, it's not in the middle, but we're going to fix that later. So now we're going to add another grid line, but it will be horizontal now, not vertical. So now I'm gonna type in again GR. It open up in the modified tab, but under the grid line. And then now I'm gonna click on the right side going on the left side. So here I'm just gonna estimate. I'm gonna put it right here and to right here. So click here and click here. Now you have number 4 grid line. Press escape multiple times, and now you can zoom in. Now I want my horizontal grid line to be letters. So to change that, you can just click on the grid bubble. It will then be able to change it, and then I'm gonna go capital A letter. So now it's on capital A. I can zoom out, and now I can, it's already selected, I can type in CO. Multiple is now checked. So once you do it once, it will remember your last, and then it will be check multiple right here now. Again, I'm gonna grab it and then pull it down. So any way you want, if you want it to be upper, you will need to put it up like this, or you want it to be going down, you will need to put it like that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it down, and I'm going to type 4500. Let's put it 4500. Next will be 1170. So that's C 2800. And then we have 2 more grid line. It will be 4925. And then we also have 4550. Press escape and then escape again. If you notice, when you start A, And then when you go down to BC, it recognizes that you changed this to letters, and then now the sequence will be on an alphabet. So Revit is smart like that. It will recognize that, and it will change accordingly. So now what I want to do is I want to center everything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this, all of them. You can use your arrow key in your keyboard to just simply nudge it in place. So you just want it to be in the middle of this elevation tags. So all of this is elevation tags. In order for you to show your model in the elevations, you will need to place this one accordingly. So for example, if you have a bigger floor plan, you will need to move this so that everything will be shown in your model. So I receive a lot of comments that how come I couldn't see my model in elevation. This is the problem because you didn't place it properly, or it's, for example, right here where your model are, so it's seeing everything from here going down. So now you just need to select this and you can move it all around. So now what I want to do is fix our grid line. You can select this one. If you notice, there is some temporary dash line. This indicates that if I move this, all of them will move. So here I can select this. There is a temporary dash line right here. You can move it going down or going up and going down. So it doesn't matter. It will recognize that you want to move all of them. Okay, so now I'm gonna move this one a little bit, and then let's add in some dimensions. So you can type in DI or click on this. This icon is supposed to be around upwards right here above this architecture tab, but I just place it right here so that everybody can see because of my screen. So now I'm going to type in DI, that's dimension, and then now I'm gonna select all the grid lines first so that everybody can follow, and then select that, and then now we're going to add the overall. So you need to add dimensions first like this, and then an overall. Press escape and escape again. So now that we're finished with our grid lines, now we're going to go to our elevation. So for this ceiling plan, you could just close that first. So just by selecting this, because we don't need it, and then now we could go to our south elevation. So in our south elevation, our default is level 1, it's at 0, and then level 2 is at 4,000, so 4 meters and 4,000 millimeters. Now, what you need to understand is this is very important to stretch. So for example, if you have multiple levels, and then if you don't stretch this properly, for now if we go to level 2, everything is showing right here, all the grid lines that we created on level 1. But once we go here, if you forgot to stretch it out, what will happen to level 2 will be, it will be missing the grid lines on the vertical height. So now this is very important to stretch out as much as possible, because if we're gonna add level 3 and all the roof plan, you will need to stretch this in order for everything to be shown. So that's very important. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a level, and to create a level, you can either select this and then click on copy. But you can also go to architecture. So let's do the same thing. It's beside grid line, and the keyboard shortcut is LL. So now I'm going to type in LL. So now I'll be able to add a level below level 1. You can change the height right here. So I want it to be negative 500 only. And I want the name to be changed to ground. Let's put it properly, ground floor. It will ask you, would you like to rename corresponding views? Click yes. It will change it from here. So now, once you create this level through architecture and you click on level, as you can see, it will appear right here. So the floor plan was created because you did it the proper way. And then now, these ones are showing. In order for everything to be shown properly, you can create an elbow. So to add an elbow, if you zoom in, there is an elbow right there. If you click that, it will create an elbow. It's either going down or going up. You can just grab it and stretch it a bit so that everything is showing properly. You can even move this one like that or like that. But the level will be still on negative 500. I'm gonna change this to negative probably 200 only. So now we have ground floor negative 200, level 1 at 0. Now I wanted to see if we click on the level. I'm going to change this to 3000. So 3000. I wanted to see what will happen if you select this and then just type in CO just to copy, and then multiple is already checked. If you grab it from here and then type in 3000. So what will happen is the sequence is changed because this is supposed to be level 3, but now we could even change that, so it's not a problem. We could put this one as level 3 or roof plan because this is only a 2-story. But now if you notice level 3, but the level 3 hasn't been created here. It's because we create just a copy of this floor. And if you want level 3 to appear here, what you have to do is you need to go to view, click on plan view, and click on floor plan. Level 3 is right here. It's basically saying that you want to create this view. So you just need to press OK. If you have multiple levels, you will need to select all of them and then press OK. So now, once you do, level 3 is created and then it is in here. So that's how you do it. So now just to go back to level 1. So now we have our levels created right here. Everything is moved up. Let's check our ease. So here we just need to check all our levels in order, or all our elevation, in order to see if it's stretched enough. And then you can even fix all of this so that once we create our sheet, everything is showing properly. Okay, so now that's good. What we could do is we could go back to our level 1, and then if you want your grid bubbles to show on each side, what you have to do is you need to select that, and then here you need to click on show bubble. Unfortunately, you will need to do it one by one in order to show it. Okay. So now we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start this project by adding grid lines. We added some dimensions and we created the levels so that we could start this project. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna start off by clicking on architecture, so we're in the architecture tab, and then the wall. You can even type in WA for the wall. So here WA is the short keyboard shortcut for the keyboard. So once you're in the wall, you can use generic model wall, which is 200 millimeters. For the newer Revit, what you have is something like this, which is pre-built wall. So what you just need to do is choose one of them, and then you can create a generic wall by deleting all of this. So we need to delete each and every one. So basically we're in the exterior side from the core boundaries, and then from the core boundaries right here is the interior side. So just delete all of them. You cannot delete the core boundary, so don't worry. You just need to keep on deleting, and then here let's delete this once as well. And as you can see, once it highlights the core boundary, it will be grayed out, so you cannot delete that. So once you have this one, what you can do is, so here what we have is the original. Before doing anything, we need to duplicate it, because we need for the best practice, you will need to keep on duplicating stuff that are the original. So for best practice, you could just put this one or name this as exterior wall number 1. So now that you name it, you have a duplicate of that, and then you just need to delete. So here I'm going to put the thickness to 150 would be good enough. And then for the material, I want something white, which I always choose gypsum wallboard. After that, press OK, OK, and then OK. Now, you can either select now for the location, or you could change your top constraint. As you remember, we have level 1 to level 2, 3, and then we also have a ground floor. So now we start at level 1. So from here, we want to go to level 2. So what you need to do now is, let's click here, and then it will have a top constraint. Now it's unconnected, and it's up to 8,000 millimeters or 8 meters. We want to have it to level 2. So it's going to be capped on that height, which is 3,000. So now we're going to start. You can just leave wall center line. So basically how it looks is, once we click this, it will be centered on the grid lines right here. You can even choose finish face exterior or interior, or core faces like that. It's up to you, but most of the time I use wall center line. So now I'm gonna click A1, which is right here, going to A2, going down to C2, going to C3, and if you see, it's all in the center line. And then now what we need to go is, we need to go to E first, and what I usually do is, I'm going to edit this one later on, because I will need to pull it back a little bit. So now I just want to pull it out around 1100. So here you can select this, and you have 7,725. So here I'm just gonna put it as 6,625. So basically minus 1100. So you can do that, and then you can select now exterior wall number 1, and you could click CS. So that's create similar. It's basically every time you have a component, a family, wall system, even door system, and window system, you'll be able to basically have it, or you'll be able to choose that again, and it will be live, and you'll be able to add those stuff again. So it's an easy way to recapture anything that you already added on the system. So it will also be faster for you, so make sure to use CS all the time. So now I'm going to number 2 grid line, which is right here, and then we're gonna go down to E2, going around here. We're going to get around 2,000. So 2050 will be good. And then go back again. And as you can see, it will let you know that just go back 1100, similar to this. You can also align it if you want. And then just go back up to grid line number 1. And then now you can come back to A1 again. So we finish exterior wall right here. We can also move stuff later on if we want to, but for now we set up everything like this. And then our boundary walls, we're just going to add those ones later on. So don't worry about that. So now we're gonna create some exterior or interior wall. So what we could do is click wall again, and then from exterior wall we're going to create an interior wall. So edit type, duplicate, we need to rename this interior wall number 1. Press OK, edit type. I like the thickness to be the same. And then here, under materials, maybe we could just put another gypsum wallboard. We could duplicate this if we want to. Create a duplicate, so it's up to you. You can even choose laminate ivory mate. So it's really up to you. Let's choose this so that we could just differentiate later on. So here I'm gonna press OK, OK, and then now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add an interior wall right here. So I'm going to extend this right about here. We can even close this and then create an opening, a wall opening right here. And then now, same wall, select that. Here we go again. We're gonna use CS, create similar, and we could add interior wall right again. So here I'm going to add a wall first, all the way right here. As you can see, we have a temporary dimension here. You can select that, and then here we can type in 1950. So now we have our walls right here. Let's add a wall right here first. Press escape, select that wall. It will create a imaginary or temporary dimension. You can select that in order for this one to go backwards or forward. So now just put in 1600. So we have this wall moving backwards like this. So now this one's done. We're gonna add a wall, probably later on once we create our stairs. And then here, what we could do is we could select this. So once you select that, we're gonna create a wall opening. Select this wall opening, and then here select the wall, when it will start and when will it close. So now, as you can see, once you hover here into your crosshair or mouse crosshair, you can even select that, and then you can grab it and you can extend whatever you want. So now you can see, if we check it out on our section, you can place that one, select, and then flip it, double click it here, right here. You have an opening right there, and this is your wall. So that's how it looks. And then we can delete this for now. We don't need it yet. I just want to show you how it looks. And then here we have our opening, wall opening. We're going to push this one a little bit backwards. Sorry, go back. I want to unjoin them first, so I'm gonna drag it down, and then I'm going to push this one back. So maybe we could change it from here So I want it probably around 2500. So right there. Now just join them, and then here we could extend this one. So we just have our closet right here. We can even extend this one. 26. Let's make it 27. There we go. That looks much better, having that there. And then now what I want to do is add the fixtures right here. So let's go to insert, load family, and then go to plumbing, which is right here, architectural, fixtures, and then here we have sink and we have our urinals. So not urinals, water closet. So we have a toilet right here, and then we have domestic. I usually just use the 2D because we don't need to showcase the 3D right here. So just to make the file smaller or the size smaller, I usually just use the 2D. So now I'm gonna click that, and then you opened it, or you want it to be live by clicking on or typing keyboard shortcut CM. So once you have CM, it's basically you can click it from there. If you don't do CM, the way that you see all the components is under architecture. You will need to click here. So what I do is I load them one at a time so that I don't need to look for it. Because right now it's just like this. It doesn't have too much component loaded. But once you go further, you'll be able to see that you loaded so much that it will be hard for you to remember the name, even searching, because some of them is like M_desk. So by just typing in desk, sometimes it will show different kinds. So to make it easier for you, load one at a time, and then once you load it, you immediately put it in your model so that it's easy. So I'm gonna show you how I do it so that you can see. It's up to you guys if you want to do it your way. So now I'm gonna go to insert again, load family, go back here, and then I'm gonna click on sink, and then let's just use a square vanity. Click open, and then now we're here again. Type in CM. Press spacebar to change orientation. Like that. Press escape and then escape again. We want to show the top of the vanity. So what I usually just do to make it easier, because we don't need to showcase the 3D right here, is to use annotate and then detail line, and then I use thin line and then create that box there. And then now I just nudge it in place by using my arrow keys from my keyboard. So you need to select it first so that you can nudge it in place. Then before we finish, I want to create the laundry. So here I'm gonna go back to insert, load family. I want to provide a sink. So I'm gonna use this sink. I'm gonna load it. So once I load it, type in CM, and then here, this is a wall base. As you can see, it's a wall base. We can add this one right here. So I'm just gonna nudge it in this area. This is basically laundry and dirty kitchen. So now I'm gonna go to load again, go back to the main, and then let's go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range, and then let's look for a washer. So here we have a washer, and then we have the dryer as well. So let's load this one, CM, spacebar to change orientation, and then just attach it on the corner right here. I don't like the label, so I select it again, edit type, and then uncheck this, so show label. So I don't like that show label category. And then now let's go back to annotate, or you could just select the thin line right here, CS, and then just add a line to represent the top. And then we have our laundry with the sink. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the exterior wall and interior wall. And if we zoom in, we have our powder room and our dirty kitchen and laundry. So now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's concentrate on adding some of the furniture. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's go back to the main, and then let's go to furniture. And what I want to do here is to add some seating. So here I want to add this type of sofa. So let me open this, and then once it's already loaded, what we have to do is type in CM. That's basically the shortcut of adding the component, so placing the component. So now we could press spacebar multiple times so that it will rotate. Another thing about using spacebar is, for example, if you hover above this toilet, and as you can see it's curved, if you spacebar there, it will contour to the angle of that. As you can see, you'll be able to use that as your rotating. So if, for example, you need 45, you can easily add 45 on an angle if you have a 45 already in place. So right now we're just going to add it like this, and then the other side as well. And then the stairs will be around this area. So press escape, escape again. We can add the family room right here, so CS, and then let's use this one as well. And then later on, let me show you how to create the same kind but different dimension. So here I'm gonna select that. You need to edit type, duplicate. Let's call it sofa 2. And then from there, as you can see, we could change the width. So here we'll be able to set it as big as like this. Let's make it 3000. And pull it right there. Now, if we edit the spacing here or the width, what will happen is both of this will change because this one is under the sofa as well. So here I'm gonna provide a sample. I'm going to change this to 2000. Click apply and then OK. And both of them are in 2000. If we double check, so basically like that. So it really changed the width of the sofa. So that's how it's easy to change your families. You need to know how to change families so that you can be able to add it to your project. So you could edit those kind of stuff. So here after this, let's go back and add in the coffee table. So here we're gonna go here in the coffee table, and then let's use this CM and then add it. I know it's too small. Press escape, select that again, and as you can see here, there are preloaded sets or width that already have this. But as you can see, it's too wide for the depth. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit again, duplicate coffee table number 1. And then I'm going to change the width. I'm going to put it as 700. So next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna add in the dining table. So let's go back to insert, load family, and then go back to furniture and then tables, and then let's go and look for our table. We have stuff that we have here, which is this one. This is perfect enough to be used. We could click open and then again type in CM, and then let's place it right here in the middle. Then after the table, I want to add the chairs. So I'm gonna click on load again under insert and then go back, and then here we have seating. I'm gonna scan which one we're gonna use, and we're gonna use this M chair brower. So after we load it, type in CM again, and then let's add those right here. Spacebar to change orientation, and then after that select the one side and then click on mirror, and then select this one, click on mirror, draw axis, and then there we go. We have our dining area right here. We can then now place this one right about here to just space out everything. And then I know we're going to have our stairs right about here. I'm going to put in the entertainment system. So let's load family again, go back. We have it under storage, and then we have entertainment center right here. Let's open that and then type in CM and then place it right about here. Press escape and then escape again, and then we're going to get the proper dimensions right here. So let's zoom in, tab, so that we're highlighting only the interior part of the wall. So click on tab, and then here again, click on tab. Move it up like that. After that, now that we have our width, I know the height should be around 2800 because 3000 is the total height from level 1 to level 2, which I'm gonna show you under south elevation. And once we create a floor, it will be under this level 2. So we're gonna make the thickness as 200, so it will go down 200, and I just want our entertainment system to be exactly at the 2800. So 3000 total height minus the 200 of the floor. So that's about at the height of the floor to ceiling. So now I'm gonna edit this. So I'm gonna select. We could just click on edit type, and then we could rename it, duplicate, and then entertainment, and then press OK. And then from there, now that we see that, you can see here that we could put the height. So 2800, and then the width is 4800. So now that we have those ones, we could, now it's 813, so we could just change that later on once we figure out this one. So press OK. As you can see, automatically we have it on there. It's slightly off, so I'm going to use Align tool, AL, select the wall and then the exterior part, and then now we have it aligned properly. Now if we see it, I'm gonna place a TV so that we can edit the center of this. So insert load family, go back, and then here we have a TV flat screen. Press open and then CM, and then place the TV right about here. We're gonna see that later on, so I already added there. I'm gonna use my section in order to see the elevation from here. So don't worry, we're gonna flip that. So we're gonna flip that using the flip section. We could just minimize the view depth. So that's just the view depth. We don't need to see all of this or whatever is there. So press escape and then double click right here. Once you see that, if we check, we have it from the first floor or from the ground floor or first floor to the top is 2800, and if we see it again once we created the floor, it will be perfectly fit on right there. So now I'm gonna select this. We have the TV right about here, so that's the TV. So I want to maximize or make this width just about right. So here I'm going to change the edit the center width. I want it to be, because it's 4800, I want it to be at least 2000. At least we have a lot of space to add in the TV. So here I'm gonna select this TV. You can use your Align tool. So AL, click that and click the bottom. Now we can edit this TV. We can make it bigger. So this is the biggest that we have at the moment. We can make it bigger. So just click on edit, duplicate, big TV. And then now just change this one. So once we change this, we can make this one right about there. So that looks perfect. We have a big TV right here, and then we extended everything in order to be symmetric, and everything looks nice. So that's about our entertainment area right here. We could also copy this or create a new one, a new size, but it looks like this size is perfect on this area. So I'm just gonna click on copy and move this one right here. So we just create a copy. We can center here this one in the middle like so, and then this one as well, center it in the middle. Or what we could do is I could move this one a little bit on the side so that we could add in some chair right here or some side table. So we could do that as well. So that looks nice right there. Let's go load family. We're still here, so we could add in seating. Let's look for a nice design chair for this area. Maybe this one will be good enough. So CM, and then here we have this one. I want it to be a little bit angled. I'm looking for an angled object or family that we have, and why not use this to angle it? So I'm gonna use that. It angle. I just hover on this area while holding this, and then spacebar, and then now it's angled perfectly. I like the angle, so I'm just gonna click it right there. And then in this area we could add in maybe just a side table. So load, and then go back here. Let's go table, and then we have nightstand, open, CM to place it right about here. And then let's add in a table light. So let's load, go back to the main again, and then let's go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then let's load one of the table lamps right here. So I'm gonna use this, or yeah, I'm gonna use this CM. So now we don't know the offset or the height of the table yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click it right here, and then we're gonna fix it by just moving this section right here. So it's basically a fast way of knowing or changing the height of the object. So here I'm gonna click it, and you will see it will disappear because basically the side table is higher than the ones, because this one will be placed on level 1. So I'm gonna click that. It's already there. And then now to fix that immediately, I'm gonna move this one so that everything is focused on everything is viewed from the section. And then now I'm gonna go to my section that we did earlier. You can manually select this. So click on tab, select that, use your arrow key to pull it up, or what you can do is AL, align, click it from the top here and then from the bottom. Now it's basically at the top right now. So that's a quick fix. And then now if you select that, you will know that the proper height from the elevation from level 1, which is right here where we place it, is 762. So that's good. So now it's looking good right here. we could add in a floor lamp on this side now. Load family and look for floor lamp. And then I'm going to use this. Click open, CM, and then I want it to be on a different angle, so I'm going to click on spacebar right about here. It's still going 90 degrees, so I'm gonna use this now instead. There we go. I want it to be angled like this. If you want to do it manually, you can select that, click on rotate. You can even place the rotation point right here, and then now you can manually rotate it. So that's how you can do it as well, if you wanted to do it fast. Okay, and then let's continue here, and the last thing we're gonna do here before we finish is to add the stairs. So it will be right here under the D line or grid line. So I want to place it right about here. So let's go back to architecture and then click on stairs. So now I want it to be from level 1 to level 2. So that's the perfect default. So, but I want my desired numbers of riser to be just around probably 12 or 14. So let's do 14, 7 each. Press OK with that. And then now, if we zoom in, we can start adding our run. So here you can see that it is showing you the number of riser you created and how many is remaining. So we said that it will be 14, so 7 each. So now I created 7. It's telling me that 7 riser are created, 7 remaining. So that's perfect. I'm gonna click on that. So it's gonna finish like that. And then now what we need to do is just move it slightly around this part. It doesn't matter if it's too much or too low, but we could basically edit that. So for me, just estimate the default one will be 1000 for the width. So now I'm just gonna estimate it. It's probably there's gonna be a little bit of gap here, so that's fine. So I'm just estimating right now, and then I'm going to click again. It will create my landing as well, the turn, and then now right here the finish. What I usually do is I click on finish first. The reason for that is I don't want to ruin anything. And then now I could just use my arrow key to move it around. You can see that there is dashed lines indicating where is your railings and what you have right there. So here, this is perfect enough for me. Now I could just move this one back to make everything expand a little bit. Because for me, I was just estimating everything like that. So I have my my living area here, my family area, and then my dining area right here. So everything is looking good. Now, if you don't want the big gap right here, we could basically edit that. So now what we could do is we could move this one right there. Now we know that this is 1000, and then now we need to make this one 1000 again. So now it will fall back like that. We just need to make sure that everything is 1000 so that at least we maintain like that. So we maintain the 1000. Now this is looking good. I'm satisfied to what we've done. We can now click on finish, and then it's up to you now to edit it from here. We just add the basic, and then I think that's good enough. And then here we could just nudge in place whatever we want. We could push it back right here. We could rotate it. We could edit this table. Now we know that how to edit families and everything like that. So it's up to you to decide. I'm just giving you guys some blueprints on how to do it the default way, and then it's up to you to change everything that you want in this kind of design. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the furniture. We even added the stairs and then the entertainment area. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add floor onto our level 1 or first floor. So here we're here at architecture, and then now click on floor, and then from here we could edit type and then duplicate, and then here we could set floor number 1. So name it floor number 1. Click on edit to change the thickness. I want all floors to be 200 millimeters. So I'm gonna set it like that, and then click on this layer, which is the material. From here, I'm gonna change this to a stone finish. So I'm gonna go here and then look for stone, and I could use one of this. So I'm just gonna use this, polish, apply, okay, and then okay. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on pick lines, and then from here I'm going to click on the interior face of the wall. The reason that I'm doing this because I don't want anything to be seen at the outside part of this wall, because once we go to Twinmotion it will keep on flickering because there's an overlapping of models right here. So that's one of the reason. But usually floors are connected to the core of the wall, meaning the foundation, the hard part of the wall. So it depends on the structure of the wall, because in North America our wall are consist of wood framings and those kind of stuff. Some parts of the country, or some parts of like for example Europe or tropical countries, most of the time it's solid concrete. So now here I'm just to be safe, so that once we go into Twinmotion everything is not flickering and nothing is overlapping. So here we're just going to put everything like that. So if you want to be advanced, and then if you want to change some of the floors in this area, you can do so. So here I'm gonna click on finish, and then now it's on level 1. I want to show you how you can quickly change the flooring. For example, if you want to change the flooring into the powder room, just for an example, so that you can do it only if you want to. What you can do is you can do it, go over here. So for example, you can go over here and set it up as another floor. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around this, and join. So this is the hard part though. So you're gonna set another floor and then another floor again for this spot, which will be kind of hard, but most of the time it's a proper way, because if you select the floor again, and if you do a construction, you could edit all the materials right here, from the exterior part to the interior part of the floor. So you can set that as concrete, and then you can put tiles, those kind of materials. Here you can do tiling as well. So whatever you want as your material. But actually there is a fast way of just changing the face of it. So I'm just gonna undo what I did. So this is still a completely just one floor. So now I just undo it, and then I'm gonna show you guys what I usually do to just make it fast for the design phase only. So click on modify. I'm gonna use split face because we're just going to edit the face of this. And then after that, I'm gonna use my line. So every time you see this yellow line right here, it's not that visual, but you can still see it. You can see that there's difference there. What you need to do is, that's the end or the boundary of this face. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click here, click there, click there, click there, and then just click right here, because this is the edge. We don't need to go over, or else it will show a warning sign. So now if I click there, I could click finish. I'm gonna change this to a different shade, or consistent color, or realistic, just to see that now I can select only on this one. Now to change material only for this area, we can now click on paint, and then from paint, let's choose something. So here we could choose this, the tile, and then click right there. You can obviously see that it changed from this one to this one. But if we see on 3D, it only changed the face of that, not the whole thing. Okay? So if we go down, it's still this material. But as you can see, it highlights where the materials is. The meaning, the one that I'm telling you guys is the face is basically for this one, we have multiple face. We have this face, which is what we're seeing, and then the face on the other side, or the sides. This is one face, this is one face, and then we have this face as well. So how about this one? We have one face right here, one face at the back, on the sides, and below. Those are the faces of one of this wall. And then we also have it right here. So we're just editing one face of this floor, which is this face. Okay, so now hopefully I explained it properly and clear enough that you can understand. So that's how you can edit a material by using this method. It's the easiest way of doing that. You don't need to keep on adding different floors for each of one of this. You can just use the face material, split face material. So even here, or even in the kitchen, you can change the materials from here, which I'm gonna do again. I want to change the materials from here. So I'm gonna click on split face, select the flooring. I'm gonna change this so that everybody can see. Select here. This is the boundary. I think hidden line is better. This is the boundary. I'm not gonna touch, or I'm not gonna put anything from the boundary lines. So don't put any lines from there. And then here. So now we could create or add different materials on this. So as you can see, I didn't put any line onto the yellow line or boundary lines. Only onto this line here, telling Revit that this is the only thing that I want to split. And then click finish. And then now go to realistic, and then here I'm just changing it to realistic so that I can show you. Once we click on paint, add in a different material, which is maybe, usually we could put tiling here, but let's put in, what should I put? So we put this one, vinyl ceramic tiles. There we go. So we have a ceramic tiles, and this is the vinyl composite tiles. So at least I could show you guys that this is all changed. Okay. So I'm happy with what we changed there. And then now, what I want to focus is adding the doors. So I want to go to architecture, and then, or go to insert. Because if we click the door right now, which is DR, short form, we have the basic door that we have here. But this door doesn't have the knob or the leveler for the doorknobs. So that's why I don't like adding this. And plus it looks very simple. So I'm going to insert load family, go back to the main, go to doors, residential, and then here I like to add this one for the entrance. Click on open. I usually just put 1500 by 2000. Press OK. And then after that, we can add it right here. You can type in DR if it didn't appear, but you could just add it like that. So I'm happy with this. Now let's add in the basic door that we're gonna use that has a knob. So still under residential, I'm gonna use this single, or we could see a different look. We have the basic right there. So I'm gonna use this. I haven't used this 5 panel. What I usually do is I load all of them, because as you can see, we have a closet right here. We could use a door if we want to, or a sliding. But now I'm just gonna load everything. Press OK. It's just saying that you're loading all of them. Do you want to continue? Yes, I am. And then door, it started with 300, which is very small. So now I'm gonna put around 750 by 2000. 2000 because I want to maintain the height that we have here. It's also 2000. So I'm just gonna use a 750 by 2000. I want to add a door right here so that we have access to the laundry. So here I'm just gonna add it right there. And then let's add a door from the outside as well, because I will have a small walkway right here going outside here, but it will be gated as well. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna add it there. I'm also gonna add a door right here. So I'm gonna add it for our powder room. And then we're going to add a different door, which I will provide on the part 1 of this video. So check part 1 description. So I'm gonna add, it's either a sliding door right here, and then these are all windows, and we could add windows right here as well to showcase our kitchen. So I want to press escape and then escape again. So here is the name that of the sliding door that I'm gonna add. So I'm just going to drop it right here, and it will upgrade. So just look for that sliding door. I'm gonna provide 2 links. One is for the regular Revit blocks that are provided by Revit, and then the second link is for the Revit blocks that I use here that are extra. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna click it right here, and then from here I'm gonna edit. So I know it's gonna be difficult, but I'm gonna click on door. I'm gonna add it from here for now, because this is the biggest wall that we have. I don't know if we could edit from here, so I'm just gonna edit from here for now. I want to see our width here, so I'm just gonna add, so it's gonna be 4755. So I'm going to put a 4700 so that it will be nicely tucked here. So this sliding door, I don't want any inset on our dimension, so 0. I'm going to edit, so edit type. So sliding door height, I'm going to maintain the 2800 because I want it to be floor to ceiling. And then the width of the sliding door, so I want it to be, I think 4700 with a 5500 remaining. And then now I don't want any gap right here. 0, 0, and then 0. Click apply. Make sure this is checked so that everything is symmetric. And then here, press escape, click here again, and then pick a new host. So we could just change it from here. Now we could just click it right here, and then use our arrow key to move it around. And then if you want to make it open, you could just click here, check handle as well, and then the symbol. So now this is open, and in order for us to see everything, make sure that it is on fine. So the handle is there. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna delete this. We don't need that anymore. So I'm gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up adding all the furniture, and then we added the stairs, the door, and then the sliding door right here. And then I show you guys how to add in materials and to use split face and then adding the paint. So now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to focus on finishing the kitchen. So here we still have our section. If you want to add a section, you could click this icon and then you'll be able to add a section. Now I'm gonna put this section right about here, and then I'm going to flip it so that the view depth is showing on this side. After that, let's click on architecture and then click on component. Sorry, go back and then just click on drop down and then click on model in plate. So we're going to add a generic model and then press OK, and then you could just leave it on this name. And then here we're going to create an extrusion, and then we're going to set this on the level 1 floor. So here level 1, it's already set because our view is like this. So now I'm gonna use rectangle, and I'm just going to put a rectangle like this. We can move this so that we could put the fridge on this side. So here I'm going to add the rectangles like so, and I want to make sure that we have at least 600 to 700 of depth. So let's make this one 700 at least, because we have a lot of room to cover. And then here, let's move this one. I probably want it to be, I want my fridge to be big enough. So maybe 3000 is good enough, so that we have enough room for our fridge right here. And then it's just gonna be linear. What we could do is we could make it an L shape if we want to, but that's for you to decide if you want to do that. We can even do that, but what I'm thinking of is we could add an L shape, and from the L shape we could add the stove and or the oven, convection oven, and those kind of stuff. So yes, let's add the L shape right here. We can even push this one back, so you can feel free to go over there. So here 700 as well, and then let's remove this TR, so that's trim and extend. And then here let's just have one of the, there we go. So once we're good with this, what we can do is click here, and then I want it to be up to 900. So the height will be, or extrusion part will be 900. And then here we're going to change this to a wood finish. So let's go here and wood finish. I'm gonna put birch semi-gloss. Apply, okay. And then let's click finish, and then finish. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to click here, or click on the wall opening, and then we could just push this one back, because I know this is too big for the opening. So I'm just gonna push this, and then make sure that you have an ample room for this. So I think that's good enough. So now if we check it out on our 3D, it will look like a box like that. What we could do now is we could select, so that we could visualize what we have. And then I'm planning to add, obviously we need to add kick plate right here. And then also what we're gonna do is I'm actually going to push this back more, because I'm going to add a case for the fridge, and also I'm gonna add a case for the combo convection oven and microwave. So now let's go back to level 1. I'm gonna push this one back, so we have room here to put in the casing. If we want, we could insert it now so that we could visualize the sizing. So that's a good idea. If you don't know the size, there's always pre-made Revit families that we could use to just do some sizing. So go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range. So now we have a fridge here. So I'm gonna do is add this kind of fridge, click open, and then CM, spacebar to change orientation. And as you can see, we don't have enough room, so now we could just push this back. That's why it's easy to use in place, model in place, because it's easy to manipulate. So here we're just going to use this as, so I don't want to show the label, so I'm gonna uncheck that. And then here we're just gonna use this for spacing, but we're still gonna use this now. I don't want to change this anymore, but now at least we can put in the case, and then here we need to load that family. So I think it will be on the other side. So let's go back here and go to high end. I think it's one of here. So this one, oven built in double, convection. So click on open CM. Let's add the oven right about, I think this is good enough right here. We could put this one so that it's sticking out of the 700. So at least now we know the idea. And then we could put the casing right about here and we're good. So click on here. I don't want to show the label. Uncheck this one. Apply, okay. And then once we create a casing, it will be right about here. So AL, and then I'm just aligning it properly, and then we could see how it looks. We could put it up a little bit. So elevation on level probably 200, or no, that's too low. Around 400 will be good. And we could even do it higher if we want to. So we could estimate that later on. So I'll make it 600 now. So I think that's good enough. And then we could put cabinetries below as well. So if we're gonna do that, maybe we could just use this one as a case as well, and then add another casing right above. So let's go to level 1. I'm going to add in another section so that we could visualize the other side. You just need to flip this, select this one on the stem, flip it, look for the flip icon right here, and then let's double click here. So what I was thinking is we could do the things that we did earlier, move this one a little bit right there, and then let's just push this up. So we have the same cabinetries right here, and then we have a different cabinet that is enclosing this spot. So we could actually do that instead. So I'm just gonna use align AL to align the bottom, and then if we see it, it will look like that. Now this one is part of everything, and we have to remember that we're going to add a top here, so we need to change the height again for this one. So we could add in 925. Why 925 is because the 25 is for the top. So I'm just thinking further. So I know that there's gonna be top, and then we could just put it exactly where it is. And then we're gonna put casing. Now what I'm gonna do is let's select this one again, edit in place, because I want to add the void right here. So here I'm gonna click on void, and then let's void sweep. Let's pick the path first. So I'm gonna pick this path and then this path, because this is just an L shape. So click on finish, and then go back to profile or the sweep. Just click this one so that to show this, and then edit profile, and then here we're going to create just the kick plate portion. So I'm gonna use rectangle and just add this one right here. So the height around 100 and the depth is around 80 will be good. And then after that, click finish, go back again, click finish, and then before you click finish again, cut geometry. and then after that it was cut, and then click finish again. So that's good. So now I want to add the casing for both of this so that we could just do that right away, and we can see all of our offsets, and then the casing will at least look finished for this, even though we still need to add the top and then the cabinet doors and those kind of stuff. So now let's go to level 1, and then here we have our section 1. So I'm going to open section 1. I'm going to add our opening right here, or like our casing. So let's go back to architecture and then drop down and then model in place. It will be another generic model, and then extrusion, pick a plane. We need to choose this plane, which is the wall right here, and then once we do that, we could now select rectangle, and then let's add a rectangle like so. I want to make sure that I want to give some gap at the top, because we have 200 from the floor going down. So we could put this one above about 2800, and then let's align this properly. And then after that, let's create or click on rectangle again and add a rectangle around here. And then after that, delete this, type in SL, that's split element, TR, trim and extend, and then click finish. And then we could go to 3D view, and then we could adjust how it is extruded, or the amount of it's extruded. So we could actually go to level 1 to see it. So here we could just push it back. We could use align to push it back a little bit more. For this instant, it's not grabbing this line, so now we could just manually do it. I think that's good enough. And then now let's create something right here. So we need to go to this section, which is section 2. Now we're gonna do the same by going to architecture. But before we do that, actually I just want to double check if we set up the material here. So I'm gonna select here, and as you can see, the materials is the same material that we have onto the base cabinet. So we need to change that in order for us to set a different materials in Twinmotion. I'm gonna choose a stone here. So let's go to stone, and then maybe we could use this one, filled stone. Apply, OK, and then finish. Then let's go to section 2, and we do the same thing. For this one, we might change not the materials, but I think semi-gloss should be used. But I'm thinking maybe we have to change that as well, because, or we need to use stone because there's a lot of heat that will be generated for this. So at least a different material will be good. Then again, there are different kinds of materials that it will look like wood as well. So maybe we should stick to semi-gloss for now, and then later on we could figure it out. So now let's go back, click here, model in place, click on generic model. This will be generic model number 3. Click on extrusion. We need to pick a plane. So set, pick a plane. We need to select this wall as its plane. Click on extrusion. And then now let's just add this. And then once we add that, we need to create another one. Same thing again. We need to have the height to be at exactly 200 from above. And then I want to at least have the same distance from here. So this is, let's make this one 110. And then this one as well, 110. So everything is uniform. Delete this. TR, trim and extend right here. Trim it right here. No, not yet. SL first. TR here. And then trim here. Trim here. Now we're good. Semi-gloss blurge, that's fine. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. Now it's looking like this. We need to push this back a little bit, so let's go to level 1 and let's push this enough, like that. I think that's perfect. We have this one looking like this. I think it's better if we have wood below as well, or we could just flush everything off. So what I'm gonna do is let's add in the top first for this one, so that we could see, or we could view what it looks like, and then from there we could judge if we're going to make this one whole area and then this one to be like that. So select this one again, edit in place. Let's go to level 1, and then here we're going to create another one for the top. Extrusion, we're going to start at 900 because this height is up to 900. So 900, and now the extrusion end should be 925 because we're just going to add a 25 thickness. Now this will be stone. So I'm gonna use marble. Click apply, okay. And then now we just need to pick the lines. So use this, pick line, and then we could just go around like so. Now we just need to click finish and then click finish again. Let's see how it looks. So it looks weird knowing that this is not flush enough. So now that's what I'm planning to do, is to just move this one back, make it all flush and look nice. It will look nicer. So now I'm gonna grab this and then I'm gonna pull this back, making sure that I'm pulling back only this. And then after that, what I'm gonna do is we're going to grab this and push this one all the way down. So we could use actually align AL, click the face right here. So now let's select this and then select this, and then I'm gonna select here and then select here so that everything is flushed, and then here I'm going to select this face and then this face right here. And then now AL, the bottom here, and then the bottom right there. So now it will look like that. And then AL, the face right here, and then the face on the other side. So it will look like that. And then just to double check, let's go to level 2. I want to actually add or to change this a little bit. So edit, edit extrusion. I believe I want it to be more above now. So I'm gonna click on finish that, undo this. So I want it to be above that now, because we have some space and it looks much better. And then let's just edit this. Click here and then edit extrusion. Now we could just use align AL to click that and right there. So that's fixed. And then here as well, we need to fix. So now instead of this one, we could just use an align. I want it to be around right here. So now TR, trim and extend right here, and then delete just one of this, and then just trim it and extend. And then click finish. Finish, and if we see it, it looks much better. And then all around, we're gonna add in some decorative pieces and the door here, hinge door. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start our kitchen, and then now we have this. We added this casing for the fridge and then the convection oven. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm gonna add right here is the sink. So because we're gonna add a sink there, we need to add it from level 1 first. And then let's look for our sink, going to our insert, load family. And then now we could go and look for plumbing, architecture, fixtures. And then here we have some sink. And then we have kitchen sinks right here. We could use the double if we want to, or the triple. I believe we have enough room, so we could do a double right here. So click open, CM, and then here you click your space bar, and then we can rotate it from here. So I'm just gonna add it right about there. And then here we could put it up to 925, because we know the height or the total height of that. So now that we added there, we can now double click here under our, and then here we could adjust this now, AL. So now it's right there. If we go to our 3D, as you can see, we need to create a void extrusion around here. So to do that, we're going to click back this base, edit in place, and then now we could click create void form and then void extrusion. Once we click that, we could go now to level 1, and then we need to set it. Let's set this one to pick a plane, because I know we could set it up from the top right here. So I set it from the top. Now we need to create a rectangle in order for us to have a void form right around here. As you can see, I always move it a bit at the edge so that everything is being shown. So now I will click on finish, go to 3D to see it much better, and then I could extend it from right here. And then we need to click cut geometry, select this, and select the void. So let's do that again. Press escape, look for the void form. It's hard to see it right here, but maybe we could see it from right here. We can even go over. So cut geometry, so we just need to click finish, and it's still not showing because we need to edit again. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the view so that it's basically visible in some ways. Select that and then select the top. There we go. So now you just need to show, or you just need to click. So once you click on cut geometry, you will need to select the void extrusion first, and then after the top here. So now if we go back, you will be able to see that we have done the cut geometry properly, and it's still showing like that. So that's fine enough. It doesn't concern me. It's not something that is going to be visible into Twinmotion, so I'm happy with this. Now I just want to do the casing from this side. What we could do is we could create the case from level 1, and then we could extrude it in place, and then after that we could create the doors for those. So now let's go back to level 1, which is right here, and then we're going to click on model in place and then generic model. Press OK. Create your extrusion. I'm gonna use this, and then I'm just gonna use, we're gonna create an rectangles like this. So TR, trim and extend right here, and then delete anything that is over, and then we could set up around 500, or that's too much, so 450 is good enough. 450, and then once we're good, what we could do is we could change the material. I'm gonna set up a different wood finish. I'm gonna use Douglas fir. Apply OK, and then click finish. Go to 3D view so that we can expand this right here. So depending on how and what height we want, so it's easy to manipulate. So at the top here we could add in something so that it's not overly at the top there, and I think it's good enough. We could go to our section and then we could review how it looks. I think that's good enough. The height of the fridge, the peephole, and then now we could just click finish. Check it out. That looks fine. And then we just need to add in a boolean at the top. So now let's go back and add in a model in place. Generic model, and then add another extrusion. This will be the boolean at the top there. TR, trim and extend again. And then different material. Another wood. Let's use this. Apply, OK. Click finish. Go back to 3D so that you can manually put it up and pull this up. And then my trick is AL. Align it from the top right here, and then AL again from the top, and then from the bottom of that. And then now it looks much better. We can even align it from this side to this side, and then this side to that side. So we could do those. This is basically align it. This one is not, because the fridge is too wide from there. But I like the look. I can click finish, and I'm happy with that. Another thing is we could add is the backsplash. So I think that's a good idea, because I know once we have all of this, it's easier to add in the design for this. So even the base door and then the top cabinet doors. So might as well let's add in from level 1. I think it's easier to do this and then just manually put it up, and using align, it's easier to align everything. So go back to architecture, click in component, model in place, generic model. This will be generic model number 1, extrusion, and then here create a rectangle, but this will be very thin. So right now I'm just doing is selecting that. This will be just 10. This one as well will be 10 for the thickness. What we could do is we could just put this one at 1000, and this is from 925. So at least it's above that, and then just change this to one of the stone tiles, or if we have tiling here, let's use this. Apply, OK. Click finish. Go to 3D to manually put it up. Here is the arrow that we could grab, and then now we could just move it up there, AL, select this space, and then now select this space, and then instantly you have everything from the bottom to the top there. So that looks good. At least you can see, you can visualize. Probably I'm gonna put in a subwhale tile right here, similar to this design or whatever, but at least you know that it will look better if we have a backsplash. So click finish. I'm happy with that. Before we create the island with the stove, we need to finish up this so that we could use the section properly, because if we create the island now, it will just be on our way, in our way. So it's easier to do this first before we do anything further. But always remember to keep on saving your project just in case Revit crash. So now to start right here, we could go and go to our section. So basically this is the one that is facing right here. Go to section 1. Now it's facing this way, and we're going to add cabinets at the top and cabinets at the bottom. As you remember, they have different depth, so you will need to set different depths for those. So now let's start with the top. As you know, it's an L shape. If we go to 3D, the view that we're seeing is from here, so this space is not visible. So I know it's tricky, but this is something that we need to think about. I know it's not gonna be all the way at the edge, so we need to create something right here. Let's be creative and do something about the corner right here. Okay, so now let's start at the top there. So go to section 1, and then we could manually see what we're seeing there. So I'm just gonna add in a panel, like a 90-degree panel, just to change it a bit. So now let's go to architecture, click component, model in place, and then let's look for generic model, and then model. Press OK. Click on extrusion, pick a plane. This is very important part. Press OK, and then we need to select this panel, which is that highlighted part. So once you click that, we will create the rectangle that has an offset of 10. So now I click on the corner, but because we have an offset, we need that offset to be from the inside. So I'm gonna click on my spacebar for that to go on the other side. So now here I'm gonna click on this corner right there, and then like I said, we will deal with the corner later on. So now I want to add something right here, so I'm gonna find in the midpoint. So roughly around here is the midpoint. So I'm gonna add, so make sure this is 90. So let's look at it again. So right about here, so that's the 90-degree midpoint, and then we could add in something like this half. and then this half again, and then I'm good with this. We could add in one more right here, probably a small one. If we check the distance, around 520, and this one is 500, so let's maintain the 500 and then 500 right here. Okay, so that's good. Click on pick line, and then offset is 10 again. So we need to add a gap, and then now SL, split element. So we need to split that right there. Split that. And then now TR, that's trim and extend. We need to clean up everything. So make sure you trim and extend all of those. Okay, now we're gonna start at 0 here, and then the extrusion end is 20. No, actually it's just 10. I want to be extruded only 10 for that. And then here we're going to change the material. I forgot the material that we used for the top. Maybe it's still here, one of the wood material. I remember it's one of those gluten something. So this one, I remember we put it at the top there, top material. So now here we could click on finish, and then we have something that looks like here. This is actually a different material. Let me double check. Douglas fir. So I'm gonna copy that and then just click cancel, and then here I'm just gonna use this one to edit in place. Select that and then change this to Douglas fir. Click finish. And then here I'm just going to manually add that right there. So we can even just do it like that, but for now let's deal with that. So all cabinet right there, and then let's do the one for below before we continue on the side. I want to double check what we use right here for the below. So birch semi-gloss, so let's use that as well. So now I'm going to create a model in place, generic model, press OK, click on extrusion, pick a plane, which is this plane. This is a very important part, and then click on rectangle. We need to offset this to 10, and then same corner, spacebar, and then corner again. The space bar is just to change the from the inside to the outside, or outside to the inside. Here, Douglas fir, or sorry, birch semi-gloss, same material as the base case. And then here we could have the same line. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the same line that we have. So I'm gonna keep on adding lines like so. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna make multiple. So I'm gonna check that. So now I'm just gonna go align AL. Then align it here, and then right here. Then SL again, split element, the one at the top. For this part, we're going to we're not just gonna add basically a hinge door. We're going to add a drawer as well. So for now, we're gonna do this. Once we finish, we're going to edit. So here, we're just gonna click finish. We want to make sure that it's only 10. And we have our cabinets right there. It's not finished, but we're gonna add in more later on. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to do some of the cabinets. As you can see, we have the cabinets right here, and we also have a cabinet on this side. Now we're going to continue by going to level 1, and then here we're going to double click on the section number 2. So double click here, and then now we could have, or we could create one right here and one right here. So now we could actually copy this one. So edit this, not copy, but we could edit this, and we could add, keep on adding from here, because this is the same material. And then we could just click on extrusion again, and then pick this plane. So now that we click that, we can then click on the rectangle, and then put 10 on the offset right here. And then let's do the corner to corner again. Space bar 4 to change the orientation going to the inside. Now this one, I believe we could just add one more. So I think that's good enough, 550, 550 each. Or we could have the spacing for the corner on this side. So I'm just gonna do it like this for now, and then click on this one to just get the midpoint, and then click here just to get the offset 10. After that, SL, that split element, and then just click it right there, and then below, and then TR, trim and extend. Once you're done, you can click finish, and then finish again, and then let's see the look. Here we could change. This is actually, this one needs to be Douglas fir, and then this one should be Douglas fir. So that looks nice. Then we need to do the one in the bottom, and then we still need to edit this so that we could change it to drawers. So now go back to section 2, select this one, edit, and then here go to create, extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this plane. Once this is selected, select rectangle, and then put an offset of 10, and then click on the corner, and then spacebar to go to the inside, and then this corner right here, and then from here we just need to find the midpoint at least, and then divide it properly from there. I'm just estimating it now. Maybe we could just put this one 450, and then 450 right here, and then click pick line, and then 10 offset. And then one more right here actually, and then SL, split element, so let's finish this up first. TR to trim and extend. Before we do any of the changes for the drawer, because I think it's better to put some drawers on this side. Okay, so now this is birch semi-gloss, and then click finish and finish. That looks much better. I'm gonna put something in the middle here for the handle that we're gonna use is, I'm gonna put right here. So drawer, probably we could change this to drawer. This is hinge door on both. We could put drawer here, and then maybe drawer onto this side. So I'm gonna edit first this one, edit, select this one, and then edit extrusion, and then go to the section. So now, like I said, I'm just going to add in, I'm just estimating basically this drawers, and then we're going to add another drawer here, and then another one right here, and then I'm going to align this. I'm going to pull this one up a little bit, I'm basically eyeballing this only. And then offset this to 10. And then SL, that's split element. Okay, and then TR, trim and extend. Okay, so that's good. So this side is good. Let me see the other side, which is I'm planning to put it right here. So I'm going to edit again, and then edit this extrusion, and then go to section 1, or section 2 actually. So now, same thing. I'm going to add in some lines, and then knowing where the lines are, I'm going to align them all together. So here I'm going to add a line and a line right there. Now SL, sorry, AL first. So we're going to align it first. And then SL, and then TR, trim and extend, and then click finish, and then finish. Look at it in 3D, and it looks good. Now I'm gonna provide a handle, and this handle you'll be able to use this. As you can see, it's a face base, so you can add this one right here, and then you can add it right here as well. So it's a very easy to use family, and as you can see, it's easy to add and easy to orientate by using your spacebar. So I'm gonna provide this. It will be on the second link from part 1. So make sure to check part 1 description. So I'm gonna add those ones again, CM on this side now. Most of the time it's better to add it first on those sides, so that once we go to section, we'll be able to just copy those ones. So I'm gonna move this, MV to move. I'm gonna get it from the midpoint, and I'm gonna find the midpoint right this, and then move it like that. So that's my trick, so that to get it in the midpoint. This one, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna get it from this top, and then look for the midpoint right here, and I'm just gonna put it down like that. This one, pull it like that, pull it down. AL, I want everything to align properly so that it looks much better. And then the gap, we're gonna discuss the gap. So now here, I'm gonna select that, click on copy, multiple is checked, so I could just copy it from there and then there. So that's done. We could copy this. So hold on control button and select those, copy, and then we could just copy it right here. And then what we could do is we could just move this one. So I'm just estimating where it is located. For this one, estimate this one as well. Probably 60 from that side. We could do 40 right here. And then 40 right here. That looks good. Then now on this side, I want to maintain. So I'm actually going to copy this first. And then I want to copy or align the location of this. So AL, make this one as a reference, this one as a reference as well. So now I'm happy with that. We can nudge it at the top there. AL from the bottom. Should be just 40. So I'm happy with that. And then here as well. So I'm gonna copy it and grab it from the corner. And then here, copy, put it one in the middle, AL. Let's copy this or align it from here. So I'm happy with that. Let's go to section number 2 and add this one. I want this one to be 40. And then align it with the proper height right here. And then just mirror this. I think that's the easiest way. There we go. So that's done. For this, I'm going to align it. Luckily, I have something that I could check. And then here, in terms of the midpoint, I should have checked the midpoint first, and then I'm just going to align it. There we go. And then from here, just gonna copy. There we go. And then now this one, I just need the height and then how far it is from here. Needs to be 40. I'm going to copy this from this corner and then mirror this. So far everything's good. Looks like a kitchen now. Before we finish, I just want to deal with this corner. Like I said, I want to just place something like this on that corner. So I'm gonna use actually my extrusion, and I'm gonna pick right here, model in place, generic model, extrusion. This will be level 1. So basically I'm estimating that this is 10-inch, so 10 millimeters, and then now I'm just aligning it, and then from the gap I think this is good enough. So 10, grab this one, and then 10. So click finish, go to 3D first. I know it's below there. We need to pull it up. We need to pull it up much more in order for that to show. And then I'm going to align it from the top portion right there. AL, and then AL at the bottom. We just need to expose the bottom here so that it's easier to align it. AL, there we go. And let's just change the material to the same materials that we have there. So I think it's something G, gluten or something that we already have. I'm gonna finish it for now, and then I'm gonna double check it again so that I will know the proper. So it's actually Douglas for my mistake. So now edit, select that again, and then here just change it. There we go. So that looks much better. So in the next video we're gonna finish up with an island, and hopefully everything is good. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video we already finalized, we added some of the handles here, and then now we can continue working on the island. So let's go to level 1, and basically we're gonna add an island, kitchen island right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to architecture, click in component drop down, and then click on model in place, and then choose generic model and press OK. This will be number 10, and then here let's click on the extrusion. It will be place on the level 1, and then here we just need to change the material. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose maybe wood. So I'm gonna choose a wood. I'm gonna choose mahogany. Click apply and then OK. And then here I'm gonna click on rectangle and then 900. And then let's add in. So I'm just estimating how big it is, how I want it to be big, and then there I'm estimating how it will look with the space. So maybe we could move this one a little bit more so that this will be the kitchen breakfast area as well. So it will be a very nice area. So I want it to be big enough. Let's put in 2400 so that to maintain that. And then this one we will have a little bit of an overhang. So I'm going to make this one probably 850, and then put an overhang and then the chairs around here, a bar stool chair. So click on finish. So we're finished on that. Click another finish, and then let's see how it looks. So we have the mahogany right there. What I'm gonna do is I want to add in a flush or a waterfall effect for the top here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to level 1 and then I'm going to flip this. So look for the flip icon. Once you flip it, double click. This is section 1 now. That's the look. And then here, let's add in a model in place again. This will be generic model. And then let's create an extrusion. We're going to pick a plane, which will be this plane. So click on your tab in order to select different kinds, and then I'm gonna put it on this. After that, click on rectangle. I want it to be add in like that, add it here, and then we're going to fix it. So 25. We're just going to maintain the 25 thickness and all around. And then now TR, trim and extend. And then delete those. TR for trim and extend again. And then delete those small ones. And then click finish, and then go back to 3D so that we could manually see how it looks. So I want it to be pushed like that, and then here we could have the overhang. That looks very nice and looks modern. And then here we forgot to change the materials to a stone finish. So let's get a stone finish by going right here, and then we could use slate for now, and then click finish. So that looks very nice. Once we set up a different materials, and then here we could actually overhang it a little bit as well, because we're going to add in um, the stove right here, or the cooktop. So I'm going to go back to level 1, go to insert, load family, and then go back right here to the main, and then let's go and go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range. We're going to add a cooktop. We can probably do electric. Let's look for the high end if we have something. I like the look of this, so I'm probably gonna use this cooktop. And then CM, once you load it, I wanted to place it right here, and then we want to make sure that it's exactly at the top there. So we could go to section 1, and that's good because we can see that is flush right there. I just want to push it a little bit upwards there so that it's not showing where we put an overhang here. I don't want the label as well, so let's click on edit type and then uncheck show label and then apply and then OK. Now it's looking good. I would like to center it, and then click load family again, and I want the center range. So the hood range, click open, CM, and then let's add in the vent hood right about here. So that's perfect. Click there, uncheck the show label. I don't like the label showing. And then go back to section 1, and then here we could manually pull it up like so, knowing that so right about here, or we could align it on the top of this, knowing that that's a maximum height that we could do, because under here will be the floor. So I'm happy with that. Let's go to 3D to see what it looks. We need to change this to fine in order for the grill to show up. So there are certain details that you need to change in order to appear. So obviously the fine detail is the best one. So now let's go back and then just add in some chairs. So go back to the main, go to furniture again, seating, and then let's look for the chair corresponding to this. I usually just add this chair even though it's not the bar height chair, but for now, just to represent what we're trying to do, is I'm going to add that one, and then I'm gonna keep on adding it until we could put at least 4, and then just move this one around so that we could have a proper spacing. And that looks good. We can do better with the height. So probably, yeah, this is something that you need to edit right here. So if you want to make it bigger, let's go to front and then just stretch all of this. So we need to, I'm selecting all of that, and then see, I'm just stretching them all the way up. And we want to make sure to just stretch this part. So that's the only problem we have is it's not stretching enough, and everything doesn't look good. So I'm just gonna undo that. This is a chair that is not something that easy to edit, so we're just gonna leave it like that. And then if you find something that looks proper and easy to change with a simple like that, edit and whatever, just use that. But for now, just to represent what we're trying to do, that's good enough. And also, so I believe we're actually finished, but I just noticed that we forgot to at least add in some panelings here. So let's go here, and then let's actually go to our section 2. And then here, I could edit. I just want to know, so birch semi-gloss. And then from here, we could actually use this one as well. Edit, create, extrusion, pick plane. I'm gonna use this plane. And then here, click rectangle 10. I'm gonna add this corner right here. There we go. And then here, just 10. And then change the material. So that's one panel. I'm going to add all of the panels instantly, so that we don't need to come back again and finish this. And then here, gonna go here, and then here as well. I'm gonna do this, and then click finish, and then finish. So now at least it looks good enough, and we have those separation. So I think we finished the kitchen. Now I just want to add in the deck around here. So now that we finish here, we can add in the deck. So go to architecture, click on floor, and then this one, floor number 1, we're going to change that to floor number 2. Change the material. I think 200 is good enough. And then this one should be a wood material. It's just a simple deck. And then let's just use pine. It looks nice. But obviously we will have a wooden plank there. So I'm gonna do this. I'm just going to add this deck right here, and then we have greeneries, and we also have, we could add in a jacuzzi area here if we want to, or a fountain. So for now, I'm gonna add this floor right here, and then if we check, it will look like that. I'm gonna edit this. I just want everything to be connected, not over but connected. So I want to connect the flooring here to this flooring. So that's good. So we have that flooring, and then we could do more later. What we could do now is add in some of the windows. So go back to architecture, click on wall, and we have to change this to a curtain wall. So now that we have curtain wall right here, we could add it right about here. Spacebar, I want mine to be from the inside. So mullions will be there and everything will be placed there. This one as well, I want it to be from the inside and I want it to be all the way. We can put a window right here as well. So click on window or wall, and then here we could add a window right here and then a window right about here. Okay, I want to add a credenza right here, so I'm going back to insert load family, go back here to storage, and then we have a credenza. Click that, CM, and then let's add a credenza over here for our entrance. So that looks good. AL, just to align it to the wall. So now when you enter, at least you have something right here. You can put a mirror, key holders, and then we have our stuff here. And then now we could put a mirror here if we want to as well, but I'm still thinking if we should. For now, let's just leave it like that. You have enough windows on this side. So what you need to go do now is go to modify, click on cut geometry. You will need to select the wall first and then the window or the curtain wall. So wall and then the curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, and just like that, you're done. You can manually change this so that at least you're still showing some wall. It's not completely flush. So it's up to you. For me, I like to give something like that. Not a complete one, but just like that, it's good enough. Actually, instead here we could put in two seating. So go back to seating and then use this chair, Corbo, CM, and then let's add this one instead of that one single one. So that's good. Let's go to 3D and see what it looks like. I want to add a window here at least. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back and add curtain wall right about here. Spacebar. I want it to be like that. And then here where the washroom is, I want to showcase that as well. And then cut geometry. So now let's go back to 3D, and usually I set up the height. I just manually do this, top offset. So instead, negative 400. So now that I have negative 400 from the top, I'm gonna use AL. So align, and then put everything at that same height. And then it varies now from from below. So now everything is like that. We can even change this as well so that everything is proper. This one, sliding door height, let's make it 2600. At least it's close enough. And then from here I want it to be just a little bit from above. Still want to show that it's like floor to ceiling on this side and this side, but I just don't want it to be too much, so I'm adding those. This one we need to pull it up, and then this one as well. So I'm gonna manually put it up like that. AL. We might change this one later. This is the front one, so we might change it later, but it's up to us. And then here I just want it to be just like that, not too high, just good enough that we added. And then maybe this one is, this height is good. So I'm gonna maintain this. And why not, let's add something on this side as well. So CS, and then cut geometry. And then let's go to 3D, and then we set it up at the same height like that. So that looks perfect. Before we finish, I want to load off a door for this. So let's go back to doors, residential, so this sliding door, click open. I'm gonna add all of them, and then the door, I know this is too much, so what I'm gonna do is click this, add it here first, select this, edit, duplicate, probably going to put this one as 800, press OK, and then just change 800 here. So we basically created a small one for us. So CS, select that CS, and then we have our closet right here with the sliding door. And then now we need to go to annotate, detailed line, and then change this thin line to demolish so that we have dash line, and then add those dash line to represent the rod. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, as you can see, we finished the kitchen, and we started adding the windows. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So now I'm gonna focus on this. So click on architecture, and then I'm gonna add in some curtain grid. So with the curtain grid, it will divide these panels like so, and then here we could add somewhat 3 of them. So I'm just checking how it looks. I don't like the look right here, so I'm gonna delete that and then try to provide the 3 equal units. So I think you need to hover below so that you could have that. And then here as well, we could just put it above like that, and then divide by 3. We can see, and then I'm happy with that. I'm gonna choose the mullion now, so it's still under architecture. Click on mullion, and then for this one, this side, I don't want to add the mullions in between. I just want the look of the separation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on the grid line. Instead of 50 by 150, I'm gonna change this to 50 by 65. I think that's more than enough. So I'm just adding it from the edge, not in between. So there we go. Something different that I'm gonna do. And then here, I'm gonna click on all grids now. And then just select those, even here, and here, and there. So just to change a little bit so that it will have a clean look. And then here, I just noticed that the inside is white and the outside is black. So I'm going to change that. I want everything to be uniform. So I want it to be black. Material handle to be like this. That's PVC material. I think that's good enough. So there you go. Everything is black now. And then I just want to fix this one. I just need to delete this. And then I want to make this one beautiful. So instead, I want a glass. So actually, I'm gonna undo this. I'm going to edit path. I'm going to delete this one at the back right here. Click finish. So let me check with, I think the best one should be just deleting all of the railing. I'm going to edit this. So instead, I want my stringer we could edit the stringer right here. I want it to be glass, so let's look for a glass material. I'm gonna use this. And then the depth and run is something that we need to change. So 25, and then the total depth is around 900. And then let's copy this, because this is for the left stringer or the right stringer. Or if we change that, I think that's the profile. So I think we're good with this. Now it looks like this. This is still glass, so that will look much better. Edit this again. Cut marks, I don't want zigzag. We don't want none. So landing, so run type, we can change the materials for the those now, so that everything looks much better. I want it to have a mid support, function interior mid support, check that one. Width is 50, total depth, this one structural depth, make it 600, 300. And then I don't want risers. So here, uncheck this, apply. So now it looks like this. And then the landing. So the landing, same as run, no, because we want the thickness to be going below. So the thread thickness probably 900, because we need to change that again. Then the material, let's put something concrete for now. This is probably 1200. Apply, OK. Because what we need to do is we need to have, so I'm gonna undo that. Basically that's too much. So we're just going to do 100 or 200. Apply, OK. And then the thickness, because I still want to show that it's opened. So we could just do 100. And that still looks good. I think I'm just gonna leave like that for now. We want to make sure that everything is changed in terms of materials. So like that. Even the landing. Uncheck that. And then the thickness here should be changed. This is supposed to be the one that I have to do, but for some reason, so I need this one to be all the way down, but because of this stringer it's not looking nice, so I just need to uncheck that, and then we could just manually add an extrusion going down. So we could do that as well. In terms of the material, I think wood is the best one. So instead of this, we could add in mahogany or oak. So as you can see, it looks nice. And then that looks much better. So now, before we go to level 2, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around and put in the flooring for outside. So I'm gonna go to ground floor and then go to architecture, click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 3 and with the grass. So I'm gonna type in grass here. Apply, okay, okay. Obviously, I want to put grass around. And then also, I want to add something right here. But usually, I add grass and then I'm gonna edit it from there once I add, because it's gonna be harder for you to just think or do it instantly. So might as well add the grass for now, different floor finish, and then from there you do your thing. Change whatever you want, but at least you have the base to go to. So here 1200, we're gonna add in the boundary wall. I'm still thinking if we should add a boundary wall right here at the side, but I think I'm just gonna add it right here, and then I'm gonna extend this one later on. So let's click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, knowing that this is the ground. We need to select all of the exterior to go down to ground. So here I'm going to the wall and then clicking on tab. It will usually highlight the exterior wall, which is right now all the exterior wall, and then I'm going to let the base constraint to be the ground. So it will go to ground, and just like that, it's underground. So what we're gonna do is, because this one has a 200 millimeter thickness for the deck, so that's fine. For the step, I'm going to just add a stairs right here for the main entrance. So I'm gonna go to ground, double click there. So click on stairs, and then from here I'm going to change it to level 1, top level, and then it's saying that we could only do 2. I'm gonna click on finish, and then I'm gonna see it's basically just 1. I'm going to undo this and no, just change it to precast. The only problem with this is instead of me manipulating the stairs, which is gonna be crazy, as you can see, it's better to just do it manually. So I'm gonna go to ground now, and then from here let's create a model in place. So generic model, press OK, and then from here I want to change this a bit. So extrusion, change the material. I'm going to do concrete, one of the concrete right here, and then pick line, you want to make sure that all the lines are connecting. I'm just gonna do something like this. And then the easiest part here is you can basically manipulate it. So in terms of height, how high and how many you want it. I can add it like that, and then add another one on top of this. So at least we have stairs going around like that. This is only for view, so it's not something that I need to be specific to. So I just want to do it. And then trim and extend. And then this is easily can be changed as well. Go to 3D, pull it up, and then from here we could manipulate whatever we want. We could extend if we don't like it. I'm gonna extend it like that. So something like that will be good enough. So I'm happy with this, the way it wraps around the main entrance. Okay. Then let's add in the boundary wall. So go to architecture, click on wall, and then from interior wall, so here I'm just gonna change this to level 1 for now. Click here, change this to interior wall, edit type, duplicate, boundary wall. Edit type, change the material, let's add in a concrete, let's use masonry, and then I don't care first for the whatever height it is, because I'm gonna manipulate that later on. So here I'm just going to add the wall around here. And then now I could manipulate going ground floor. This is going, this is too small, that's why. Ground floor, going to level 2, that's fine. No offset. And then this one is negative, probably 800. I don't want it to be too tall. So the manipulation right here is I don't want it to be too tall, that it's not going to be seen, or my model is not going to be seen too much. So I'm just doing it like that for now. CS right here. I'm going to add the boundary walls right here. And then right here as well. So what I can do is I could link this up, and then from there let's connect it to the wall right here. So I'm going to align it actually. I want to align it from the midpoint. So AL, align it from here. And that's fine. Align it from this wall, and then just connect them. In terms of the gate, we're gonna do that later in a later video. For now, this is what it looks like. I could add in the ground for this. So another floor, edit type, duplicate, and this will be concrete again, but let's get a different concrete. Something that we haven't used yet. And then here we could just add from corner to corner, and then use this to go around it. And then obviously this is not final, so we're going to edit this one way or another. We're also going to add some concrete blocks right here as well. So I just want to showcase what it looks like from afar and go from there. Select all of this again. Base constraint should be ground floor. Now it's going down. So for now, I'm happy with what it looks, and then we're gonna continue that on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finalize the first floor and also all the surroundings, even the boundary wall. What I'm just gonna do is create a boundary wall around here. So I'm just gonna type in CS, and I'm going to add the same wall as the boundary wall, so that when we see it, we have something that looks like that. So I'm happy with this, and now we could basically continue working for our second floor. So here I'm just gonna change the base offset, and then we're obviously gonna add in a gate there. So we could do that later on, but now let's focus on creating the second floor. So now that we're in level 1, let's click on level 2 under our project browser. So click level 2. Obviously we can see the one below. That's our overlay. Actually we need that so that we know the layout and where the stuff are. So if you're not seeing your underlay, you just need to go to under your properties and scroll down, and then underlay is right there. You just need to put from none to level 1 so that you can see it. The good thing about underlay is you'll be able to select the furniture, and then you can type in CS, and basically you can add it immediately like that. So for now, I want my underlay to be on level 1. It will make our life faster, especially by adding this stuff. So now we're going to use exterior wall. So here I could select the exterior wall, and by selecting that, I'm going to type in CS, and now it's live. We will be able to add those immediately. So now I'm going to add wall center line and up to level 3, which is good. So now I'm gonna click on A1 up to B1, or A2, sorry. So now we're going to go down. For now, we're gonna go and add in the exterior wall, and then after that we're going to edit some stuff. So don't worry about that. I'm gonna provide all the details later on, but for now, go to C2 and go back here to C3, go down again to E3. So we're going to have this one overlap from the base below, and then now we have all the way right here to E1. Go up and close it off, A1 again. So now we have our exterior wall. The most important is, where is the location of the stair. So right now we're going to add in interior wall. So I'm gonna select this interior wall and then CS, and then from there I'm gonna box this out so that we can have it close off. So now basically I'm just adding a wall for now. The distance will, and then we're gonna figure that out later on. So now here I have B1, and then I'm just gonna add it right there, and then we're gonna close that off. On the other side as well, we need to close it off. So for me, I'm estimating it right now. And then we're going to add a wall right here. So CS, we're going to connect it from this wall, from the exterior wall to the another exterior wall on this side. So that's added right there. And then in terms of the separation, we're going to have one wall below, just below the grid line. So here I'm going to add, and then from there it will be 760. So I'm gonna put this one, or I'm gonna move this one right there. I want this one to be 760. So just perfectly added there. So we will have 1, 2, 3, and then the masters. So we will have that. And then we're gonna close off this one. So CS, I'm going to connect it from here, and the distance for the corridor is around 1150. So 1150 right there. And then here we're going to have a washroom in between. So what I'm gonna do is, I want it to be 1900 from here. So here I'm gonna select CS, and then select this one again. I want it to be 1900. So now we have the washroom right here. I know it's small at the moment, but we're going to extend that later on. So we're gonna pull this off. So it's easy to just create the room separations first. So now this room is good, this room is good, but we're gonna take it off later on. We're gonna take off some, and then here is good. We haven't finalizing yet, so we're gonna do that as well. So now we're going to select this, and then from here CS, and then close it off. Like I said, we could select this one now. We have 2900, so that's perfect. So the distance from here to here is I like it. And then we might just extend this one. So let's extend this for now, and then we're gonna chip off some space right here. So exterior CS, we will have some space right here. So I'm going to have around 1700, and then for the distance I want it to be 2500. So like I said, 1700, and then this one is 2500. And then let's pull this out. So now we have opening right here, and then we're gonna get an interior wall CS, and then let's add something right here to connect. But first, the distance around 1100 is perfect enough for the corridor right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one, CS, and let's just extend it right there and then just connect. So we have an opening here for the washroom. We have a washroom right here as well. I'm gonna pull this one back and then select here, and then for the distance around 1700 as well. So for now, select that, CS, pull it up like that, and then here you make the adjustments without connecting everything like what I'm doing. And then now TR, because this is both interior wall, so TR, TR. So if we don't put any underlay, we're gonna turn that off for now. As you can see, it looks around like this. So we have a room here. We also have a room. We have a washroom right here. Washroom. This is the washroom for the masters. And then we could extend this one to have the walk-in closet. So I'm going to just cut it off right here, and then CS, I want it to be aligned, so AL and then AL. So this is completely aligned. And then here 2900 is good. We can create an opening right here. So I'm happy with what we've accomplished here. So in order for you to see much better, I'm going to add the door. So for now it's a sliding door, but let's change it to, I think, 700 to 750 by 2000. So let's see 700. Yeah, 700 is good enough. So 700 by 2000. I'm gonna add it right there. Spacebar, I'm going to add it right here. And then here we could add it facing like this, because we could put a closet area right here. So that's good enough space for the closet, and then the bedroom will be right here. In this one, I'm going to put it on this side, and then here we have a small space, but good enough space. So I'm gonna add it on this side, and then for the masters, I'm going to add it like that. And then here we're going to have an opening, because this is a walk-in closet. We don't need to make it open, or instead what I can see is we have the washroom right here, and then an opening for the walk-in closet on this side. So we only have this one. I'm still thinking if the washroom should be on this side and this will be the walk-in closet. Whatever we choose, I think it's much better to have the door on this side, because at least we can put an entertainment system here for the bedroom. So either way, I want this side to have enough space for the walk-in closet. So if we plan on adding it right here, that will be good. it's easier to go from the bedroom to just go to the washroom right here, and this will be the walk-in closet. So for now, I decided to just add the door right here and then create an opening. This will be the washroom now. So here we have 1600. Let's make this one 1700. And then this will be the walk-in closet. So here I'm going to select that. Click wall opening, select one side and this side. Obviously, we could add in a door if we want to, because for sure we don't want the smell to go in. So we can undo that. Select this one, CS, and then add the door right here. So now we still have a walk-in closet here, and then we have the washroom right here. And the good thing about this is you can play around. Whatever you want, you can decide. This one is a good enough space to have for the washroom. So at least there are washroom. I'm thinking of making this washroom exclusive for this one only, because at least this two or this one can be for this space only. I'm still thinking of that, because if you think about it, this washroom can be on this side and then this one could have its own. So we could delete this. This two can share this washroom, and then now what we could do is we could delete this or just move it. I'm going to add a door right about here. What I'm planning to do is move this one. This is an exterior wall. This is interior wall. CS. Okay, so now we have a much bigger room. This will be the door for this, and we have the door for here. I think it looks much better now. We can also divide this one for a walk-in closet as well. So either way, we did a better layout. I'm going to CS. So now this is a walk-in closet and going to the washroom. And then here, this will be an opening only. So select this wall, click opening, and then now we could make this one just an opening. So now it's a lot better in terms of how you do it. And as you know, you could just move this one a little bit like that. So I think we did a good job on laying this out. We have a walk-in closet, this one as well, and then this one is the washroom. This is the washroom right here. Closet will be at the back with a closed door. So I'm happy with this, and we're gonna continue this on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the second floor. Now we're going to continue working on this. So now, we added the door and we divided all necessary things that we needed to divide. Now, I'm gonna turn on the underlay again so that we could see what's below and we'll be able to get the stuff that we already added. So now, go to underlay. We're going to change this to level 1. Click apply. So now, things that we need to get is obviously the toilet. So select that, CS. Once you click on CS, we'll be able to add right here and then right here. And then here as well, we'll be able to add it right here. After that, press escape, select this one, the vanity, CS, spacebar to change orientation, and then let's add it right about here. Let's add it here as well. Add here, or we could add, let's add it just right here. I know the spacing is not that good, so what we could do is we could orient this one to here. So because of the spacing issue, I don't want any of that, so might as well just add it on the other side. And it's not a big issue. It's because once we open this, the only time that you're gonna have a problem is if this one is swinging on the other side, but this one is swinging here. So we still have a good way to have this one oriented. So now we have those. I want to add this one as well. So CS, this is the side table and then the light as well, CS, and we could add it right here in the middle. So now I'm still thinking what else can we add. I believe that's more than enough, and that's the only thing that we needed. We can now revert back to none for the underlay base, and then here, from here, we could go to insert and then load family, and then go to furniture, beds, and then let's add this bed. So press open and then CM. Instead of double, let's add queen on all of them. So here we could add, we could put this one facing on this side. The good thing about this is we will have a good windows. Also, if we put this one, we could have an entertainment system here. And then the good part is we could have some tables here and sofa. So I believe we could just do this instead, or this one facing right here. We could have like a 360 of windows right here, which will be good. The only problem is it's beside the washroom. I know you're gonna be able to hear everything, but from this standpoint, what I can do is I can still have the windows right here up to here, but we'll be able to have some space here for reading and those kind of stuff. So I believe this is a better fit. We could even have spacing right here for the windows. So I'm gonna grab this one and then MV to move, and then I'm gonna move it. Probably I'm gonna grab it from here, this corner to this corner, and then we're going to align it so that it fits, and then we're going to just copy this one, copy it from here, grab it there, and then place it right there. And then we're going to add windows around here. And then I'm planning to add a balcony right about here, and then a balcony right here for this one as well. So we can do that here. But first, let's keep on adding the queen size. So here I'm going to add facing right here. As you can see, we have a lot of space, so we could have some windows around here, and then we could have some seating here as well. For this one, we could have it onto this area, and then here as well. And then we could just select that CS, and I think it's easier to just keep on adding this one instead of just copying. We could place it on the area immediately. There we go. I think that's good. We could select this one, CS, put it in the middle. There we go. So I believe that that's good. With that, what we could do is we could add in some chair. So let's go to insert, load family, go back, seating, and probably one of the seating right here. Let's see if this one is good enough for the area. CM, I think it's too big. I believe the best way is just chairs. So let's look for a proper chair. Then again, we have the same chair earlier. So let's go to our properties and turn on underlay again. And then grab this one, CS. Let's put this one onto this side. There we go. So I wanted that one facing here. this one around facing right here. And then we can put something right here, like a shelving. And then here, we don't need to put anything. Let's put this one as well. I think that one is good. And probably this one as well. It's good. So I'm happy with that. And then remove the underlay. And then load family. Go back. And then we have some storage. And then we have shelvings. Let's put that shelving. CM. We can put a shelving right here. And then from here, we could have some small area for reading. I think that's good enough for that area. Same time, see, added here, CS, and then good enough space for reading as well. For this area, we could even add like a study table and chairs as well. But that's up to you, whatever you feel like adding. And then let's finish up the washroom. So load family, go back, and then go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then shower. Load this. After you load, CM, just add this one for now, and then this one right here, because we're going to double check what's the spacing right here. So here I'm gonna select the dimension DI spacebar, and then just grab whatever's right there, right here. This one is the same, so we're just gonna put it right there for now. And then here, so everything's the same. So what we can do is remove this. So 1550, edit 1550, apply, okay. So instead of that, undo that, select that, 1550. So this one's changed, this one's changed, this one just change orientation, spacebar. Or let's just flip this one, or just rotate it manually. Select that, MV, and then grab it from the corner right there. Do some spacing so that everything is proper. And then let's not forget about the lines, detail line, just to represent right here. So thin line. So the top right here, add this. And then for the closet, select that one, CS. Let's add the right here. And then we have closet right here as well. You could just add and select this one. Around 700 is good enough. So we have some space right here. I think that's good enough for that space. If not, I think the best way is to put the closet on this side. We're gonna grab it so that we will have the bed facing right here. So I think that's the best way. So space bar, grab it, and then just pull it right there. We could just select this one, MV to move, and just drag it right there on the corner. Let's align those, AL, and then just grab this one, MV, and then just select this one, MV, and then grab it from the corner. And then here, interior wall, CS, grab it right there, and then close it off like that. And then here we could grab this one and then move it to have some spacing right here. This one should be 700 is good enough. And you can even pull this one back if you don't want too much space right here. But I think that's perfect enough. And then now let's go back to architecture, click on door. This will be sliding door, so I believe we already added those. So 1500 by 2000 is still small enough. So let's go 1800 by 2000. I think that's good enough. If you want, you could select that, edit. You should duplicate, but for now I'm just going to put this one 2500 just to span enough. And then this one's good enough, and this one's good as well. So now we have to add some detailed line as well, but this one is demolish. Let's add demolish right here, demolish right here, this side as well, and this side. And then for the walk-in closet, what we could do is we could have demolish, like that, and then here as well. And then from that demolish, we're going to have this thin line. So I'm gonna select that, CS, and we could just add you can do an offset if you want to, but that's up to you if you're gonna do that. I'm just eyeballing this to give it a sense that there's a closet right here. And then let's just move this one from the side because we still have some space. This one to around right here, and this one So we're just fixing stuff that we can see. This is representing the top, and then we're just centering the vanity. Right here. We can maximize this area by adding 2 vanities. Selecting that, copy, and then putting it right here, because this one is being used by both of this occupants. So 2 of this is good enough. I wish we have room for another one right here, but that's good enough for now. So we're gonna stop here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in all the furniture for the second floor. We can begin adding the windows and the balcony. So for now, what we're gonna do is, let's go to architecture, click on wall, and then here on the drop down, go back to curtain wall, and then here we're going to add the walls. Like below, we need to go with we need to orient it from the inside, so space bar, and then just add. And then here as well, we could have right there, and then here on this side. And then in terms of balcony, I want to add a balcony on this side, and then we're going to add a window right here, and then on the windows on the side. Same thing goes here, windows on this side, and obviously in the front as well. And then same here, CS. Let's add right here, and then right here. So here, I don't want it to be all the way on the corner, so I'm just gonna pull it out just like that, even here and then here. So we don't want it to be all the way at the corner. Same goes right here. We need to pull it back a little bit. This one is too pulled back, so we could just put it right there, and then here. So I'm happy with this. Now we need to cut. So here, click on cut geometry under modify, and then what you need to do is we need to click on the wall and then the curtain wall. Click the wall and then curtain wall. Click wall, curtain wall. Click here. Click there. In addition, I want to add lighting on our washroom right here. So here, select that, CS. We're going to add some lighting right here. We could add it on this side as well. Just small enough that we could have it right there. And we can make it center like that. And then same goes, click on cut geometry and then click on that. And then one more right here. We can move it a little bit so that to center it. So I'm happy with that. Now we're going to go to our 3D. So once we're there, we're gonna pull down one of them. So here, make it minus 400 from the top. So now that we have the top like that, AL, and then we need to have it on all of them so that everything is uniform in terms of how high it is. And then from there, we're going to change the different high of it, of the seal height. So for now, we did all of them, and then from here we could change it up. So let's go and pull this one up. This is for the washroom. So AL, I think that's good enough size. And then we'll put it up from here. Select that again, and then we have it from this spot. So those are pulled up. I'm happy with that. So the only thing that we need to change is from where we're going to put the balcony, because I'm planning to put the balcony above here, and I want one of my garage. So this will be a garage, and then one of them will be just a regular carport. So that's what I'm leaning into, because we could just basically edit this spot to be a garage. So we could actually just pull it all the way down like that, and we could put everything in it. The only problem that I'm having on that is we have this side area right here, but everything else looks nice. But I'm still thinking if I'm gonna do that though. But for now, let's figure out. This way should be one of the balconies, and then this way as well for the other one. I know this spot has too much space, so I want my balcony to be on this side. So that will actually change the way this look, it's because we're going to have it crop from here to have this one change. I think that's a good change if we're gonna do that. Even right here, if you think about this, we have too much space, knowing that this is scaled properly. This one, it's fine because we're just getting it from the corner that we have here. So I'm still thinking about if we're gonna change this. So for now, I'm going to change this back to 1800. The reason for that is we could manipulate this one now. So I could delete this and then delete this for now. Let's pull this one back. I think that's good enough. This one goes up. And then let's pull this one back. Like that. CS. This will be something that looks like this. And pull the back like that. So CS right here. Pull this one back just like that. And then TR, trim and extend. I want it to be good enough space, so maybe 900 from here. So at least we have some room here. It's not too much. This one probably 1000. And then just pull this one up like so. We could just change this to 1700. I think that's good enough space. And then here is perfect. So now CS here. Add that one, the curtain wall, and then select this and cut geometry. And then if we see it again, and then let's add this one as well. And then cut geometry again. There we go. That looked much better. So now we're going to pull this one up a little bit. And then AL, select that one, select here. These are the sides that doesn't have an all the way floor to ceiling, because we're going to put a door there. AL, align this one, and then here, and then here as well on this side. So only the floor to ceiling is the one that we're going to add there. I think for this one, I don't want to add the mullions in between as well. I think it looks much better to just have the side ones. So I'm gonna do that to all of them. Only on the side, but there will be separations. So let's go back to level 2. We're going to add the floor first. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 5. Edit, change this. I want wood on my flooring. So let's add one of this. Apply, OK, and then OK, and then OK. Now we're gonna choose pick line for all of them, and obviously for the side we're gonna change it up a little bit. So here, let's go from the inside. I'm choosing from the inside so that it's not sticking out. Here we're going to extend this one. Obviously we just need to add lines for now, and then we're gonna deal with how we're gonna extend that those ones later on. So now we're going to TR, trim and extend first. So for me, it's better sometimes to just finish the trimming first, click on finish, and then do the edits later on. Okay, so now we're going to edit boundaries again so that we can extend. I'm going to extend it from here. My balconies around 1500 to 2000 millimeters. I know this is too much, but maybe we could do 1200. This is a house anyway, or 1000. I think 1000 is perfect size. Oops. Yes, perfect size is the 1000. This is perfect. What we could do is we could just align it so that it's not hard enough. Okay, so let's just align that, and then this one we could just align it as well so that it doesn't need to be hard enough. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. That looks good. We just need to change the bottom. So here I'm going to modify, paint, and then let's paint that with something white. Let's do laminate ivory. So only for below. We could do the sides as well, but for now below, so that when we see it in Twinmotion, the ceiling is white right here. And then if you want to clean up, you can select all the walls right now if you want to clean up your drawings. And what you can do is click on this and then after that click on the floor, and it will disappear, or it will it will fix itself. It's not gonna show overlapping right here. So that's something that you can do by yourself. Like here you can see this is something that you can select that, and so that it will disappear. It's not being shown. Here we need to cut this one, so go back here, cut the area from the floor, so edit boundary. We just need to select here, select this side, and then this side, and then TR, trim and extend right here, trim and extend right here, and join, TR right here, and then now we could just add a line right here. And then after that, click finish, and we could see below there. So that's good. And then what we could do now is we could add in our flat roof. So we need to go to level 2 again, and then from level 2 we're going to architecture, click on roof, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be roof number 1. Change the thickness to 200, and then we could put the shingles. So asphalt shingles. Press OK, OK, and then OK. Here we're going to do the same thing. We're gonna pick the line, but you have to change the base level to level 3. That's very important. And then from here, choose the inside again. And then obviously we need to select all of this and uncheck roof slope. So I just need to select here and then uncheck roof slope. And then now, before you add anything again, so select here, uncheck the define slope. That's very important, so that we have a flat roof right here. Now we need to trim and extend, so TR, trim and extend right here. And then here we forgot to click on one of them. So TR, trim and extend right here, and there. And then click finish first, and let's see it on 3D. So now everything is like that. We need to select the wall, exterior wall. So we're going to select that by clicking on the tab, select it again. I know it's not all selected, so we're gonna do it again. Select everything. So by tabbing it, so I'm just going to hold on control select the remaining that is not highlighted. So now this is all selected. What we're gonna do is we're gonna offset this, but on the top offset. So we're gonna put 600 above. So it will look like that. It will look like a parapet. You could put 600 or you could put 400. So it's up to you to decide. And then obviously for this one, you could just deal with this. You could edit this if you want to, so it's up to you to decide. But for now, this is done in regards with this, because this part is actually an interior wall instead of an exterior wall. That's something that you could just change. So here you could move it like that and join them. Select this one, CS, and then AL, align it. Make sure to align it accordingly. And then here as well, unjoin them. And then here, select CS, and then align first before you connect. So now at least everything is exterior, and then this is the interior part. Now when we go to here, we could basically pull this down. So select here and select there, click attach top base, and then select on the roof. It will disappear. And then now you can select all the exterior wall again, and you can manipulate from 400 if it's too high on your liking. So it will look like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish adding the roof, and then we set up all the curtain walls for the windows. So now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add curtain grids. So for me, I want to add 500 from the top. So here I'm gonna click on 500, and I believe it's easier if we put it in hidden first so that everybody can see properly. And then from at the top, I'm going to divide them. So here for the door, I'm planning out the door probably around, I think 700 will be good enough. And then from there, I'm going to divide the window. So I'm gonna divide it by 3. And then for the windows that doesn't have the one for the not for the balcony, I'm just gonna make sure to I'm planning to pull it up a little bit. The reason for that is it's not something that it needs to be visible. So I'm going to pull it up. If you want the exact, it's going to be base offset, so around 650. So now it's 650 from the base. So now I'm gonna do it on the other side to make everything similar. And then now we just need to add in curtain grids. So here I'm just gonna add in the middle. This one is 700 again, and then put in 500 at the top, and then just divide this. And then here we can put 3 divided by 3. This one as well, we can divide it by 4. And then again here, I'm gonna put 700 and then 500 at the top. And then here we could just divide. And then here as well. $700 here, and then in the middle. This one, I want to add it exactly on the middle here. Okay. And then after that, divide this. And divide this. And then I think I'm good with this. We just need to add the mullions, which is we're gonna add 50 by 65, similar to below. I'm gonna click on all grid every time I have this, and then just a grid line on the sides, because I want the same effect as what we have below. So this one, I want it from here and then below. And then only in the casing, no, not even in the casing, I'm gonna delete, if it's possible to delete here. Or I'm just gonna have a single line right here, just for the casing. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna select here, and then select there. I know it's more hassle to do this, but it depends on you if you want to do that. But for me, I want to do that because it's just giving me, I think, a nicer look. And then single grill. On the side, it's all single. And then on the left side of this, not that one, and then change it like that. Okay, so that's done with that. Let's finish up. And then now I'm just gonna delete this part right there. So where I'm going to place the door, I'm going to delete those. You can use your tab in order to select. So now I'm done with that. Let's go to insert, load family. We're going to load the door. So go back to the main, click on door, and then here, single glass curtain wall. Click open. Now what you have to do is click multiple on the tab until you have this where it's highlighted only the ones that you're gonna change to a glass door. Now it's highlighting this panel only. Select that, click it, and then here, system panel glaze, drop down. It will be under here. Now it's changed. In terms of orientation, we need to go back to level 2 to change that. But right now, I believe it's easier to just add them and then just change it later on once we're in level 2. So here, I'm just keep on adding them by using my tab and then circulating until you have it highlighted, just the panel. Select that and then click on this. Now let's change orientation if we want to. I'm gonna flip it like that way. Flip it back and flip it right here. This one is just flip it from the outside, and then here just flip it on the outside as well. This one we just need to move it a little bit like that from the wall. So now don't forget to keep on saving. We're going to add the railing so that we have it on our balcony. So you need to go to architecture, click on railing, and we have 3 different kinds. What I want right now is just rectangular, and then here you just need to add those like this, but you need to add them one at a time. So click finish. Here we need to do that again, so click on the railing, add it right there, and then going right here. You can use your arrow key to select so that you can move it, and then click finish, press escape, and then click railing again. You need to connect it to the wall, and then just like that, and then you can nudge it in place if you want to maximize the where you want to place it. Escape again, click on railing under architecture, and then just keep on adding. And then click finish. If we check it will look like that. So that's something that you can do. Now we finish the railing as well. We can now change it back to realistic. It looks much better to visualize what we're doing. And then now, before we finish anything else, I believe we need to add in some room tags. So here we have our powder room, we have our laundry, and then we need to create some separation here. So press escape first, and then here we have room separator. By connecting it from the wall to any wall, you're separating it basically. So here we could just connect it right there. This is already a kitchen area. You can always double check. This is right here. We could tag this one as our foyer. With the powder room. We have our carport here. So I think tagging makes it a lot better to see. This is kitchen, and then this is family. And this is our backyard. You can even tag that. In terms of carport, yeah, we could just tag it as carport. But at the same time, we're going to remove that area. So here we need separation. So it's saying that it's not separated yet. So I'm just adding that and then clicking on room again. So stairs here. And then we could make this one smaller if we want to. Show area number. So you could change this one as well. You can change how it looks if we change the scale as well. That looks too big. So that one is foyer. Powder room. Laundry. Kitchen. Stairs. Living. You can move this one as well right there. Dining. Family room, family area. And then this one is backyard. So we have those ones. Let's go to level 2. We can room tag again. Let's add this one. So we're adding at the moment. Let's put this one. Change the scale. Bedroom 1. I'm gonna control and control C. Control V. This will be number 2. This will be number 3. And usually we put it so that it's being shown, or it's visual to everything. corridor, walk-in closet, masters, ensuite 1, ensuite 2, and then here we need separation so that we could put walk-in closet again. There we go. And then we have bathroom, and at least we finished this labelings. What we could do now is go to 3D and check how it looks. The next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to ground floor. I'm gonna do the surroundings first. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the same grass floor that we use here. So this will be floor number 3 CS, and then I'm gonna use that to cover the space around here. So here I'm gonna put in rectangle, and I'm just going to go right here and then just spread it around big enough to cover, to add some trees once we're in Twinmotion. And then after that, pick lines, and then we're just going to add these lines right here, SL, that's split element, and then TR. So that looks good. Click finish, and then we need to just quickly connect this, TR, and then just click finish. So we have this space to add in more of the background and whatever we want to. And then let's add in the concrete for the rows here. So what I'm thinking of is another floor. So we're going to duplicate this. This will be floor number 6, 200 thickness, that's fine. And this will be concrete, so let's look for concrete. I'm gonna use this, and let's simply just add concrete right about here. And I'm just gonna use that to align this one. So big enough gap or big enough area so that we could have our views and whatnot. Okay, so that's fine enough, and we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the second floor railings. We added the door right here, the mullions, and everything else. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We want to finalize everything before we go to Twinmotion. So let's add in some designs. So here what I'm planning to do is create something right here. So from our ground floor, I want to open this up now. So SL. So I'm gonna split some of the walls, because we all know that we will have some openings here for cars. So SL again, right about here. I'm going to push back this. This is referring to the stairs. So we're gonna push back a little bit. And then here, I'm going to edit the boundary. What I'm gonna do is, I'm just gonna delete this so that it will be just this singular, and I could edit this depending on how I want this. So that's why I created this as an extrusion, so that I could edit out whatever I want. It's easier to manipulate rather than having a stairs here. So here we have a setup where I could add one car right here and the other car right about here. So right now I'm going to delete this. I'm going to split this one as well, and then from here we will have our gate, and obviously we're gonna split this one as well, SL, to have a gate in the middle. And if we check it in 3D, we will have something that looks like this. And then in order for this to have no gap, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to move this one or connect this one at the end right here. So go here, the ground floor, and we have this edit boundary AL, and then align it from here. So everything is proper and we don't have any gap. So that's good. Let's not forget to add a door right there. For now, I'm going to add a simple door. Let's go to insert, load family, and then doors. We probably have commercial door that I'll probably like. I'm looking for an outdoor residential. I'll use this one. Click open, and then probably 700, 650, 600. I'm gonna load those three, and then DR, and then 600 is the first one. I'm gonna do 700, and this one's still looking good, and then I'm just gonna add it right about there, and I think that looks much better. The only thing is we need to change, instead of the cherry, probably let's change a different color or wood material, or we're just gonna stick that and then change it instantly on Twinmotion. That will be fine as well. We could add some greeneries right here, but for now let's manipulate this. We could extend this part because the car is right there and we don't need too big. So here's another car. This will be greenery, like I said. And then now one thing that I want to go to is the south elevation. we could then, let's extend this one up, because we already have it anyway, so why not just add it there. So the look that I'm planning to do is to have something that looks going right here. So we might push this back. This side will be the one that I will put a split element in, a split faced. So this part will be different aside from this. And then this is connecting all together. I'm probably gonna have an awning right here. I'm gonna add some awning for this space. And then I want a continuous connection from here. So let's go to south elevation. I'm going to click on that, and then while we're here, we're going to architecture, click component, drop down, model in place, and look for generic model. Press OK, and this will be generic model number 13. You could actually name it if you want to, but for me, I just leave it like that. After that, what I'm gonna do is, like I said earlier, we're going to level this out, this portion. So I'm gonna click on extrusion, pick a plane, press OK, and then I'm gonna select this wall. Once I select that wall, what I need to do next is to grab and click on rectangle. I'm going to create a rectangle right here. Around 200 is good enough. And then here, let's do 200 as well. And then select that. And what we're gonna do is we're going to make this one 200. But actually I like it on the other side. So I'm gonna undo that, select this one, 200. So this one will move instead of selecting this side. And then this one, the one that you want to move is the one that you're gonna select, basically. So 200 as well. TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. So now we're good. Delete this, and then click finish. And actually, before we click finish again, I want to change the materials. So here, the materials that I'm gonna select here is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select gypsum wallboard, and I'm going to duplicate this. And then after that, I'm gonna change the name to ETX number 1. So basically the same thing, but I just want to differentiate the material. So I'm gonna click on finish for now, and then here we have this one. We can manually do this, extend, and then here AL, I'm going to align it on this side. So now that's aligned. What we can do now is we could basically I could edit this one instead of going. I want to put it down, and then on this side I'm gonna add as well. So let me do that. Go back to south elevation. The easy part is this is all extrusion. So we could edit this or edit this in place. Select that, edit extrusion, and let's double check. I want to maintain the 200. So click finish. And then we want to do that on this side as well. So click on create, click on extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall. Now we just need to add, same thing, 200, and we're gonna use align to align them all together so that it's easier for us. Once we do that, we just need to change the material as well, and then we need to put the ext number 1 and then click finish. And then same thing, we're going to connect them right here on this wall. AL, I'm gonna align it on this face to this face so that we could basically add a long sided way of this. So we're still gonna click on finish, and then we need to go to south elevation. Again, I actually want to move this one all the way down. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just drop it like that. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're going to maximize this space. I want it to be all the way onto this wall. So AL, using align, and then align this one. And then now this one, we could just equal out this. So to 1240 plus 1240, still maintaining the 700. What we could do is we could maximize this one up to this side. I just want it to be looking like this. It looks much better if you think about it. And then this one, edit the path. Let's just delete this, but instead this is all good. It's already up to the wall, so I'm happy with that. And then this side will maintain this. Next is we're going to add it again, but I want to showcase now the extrusion part right here. So we're going to add an extrusion right here, and after that we're going to cover those with a metal sweep. So for now, let's go back to south elevation, and then here go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then generic model. And then here we're going to do the pick a path, and then I'm going to choose this wall, and then we're just basically redoing this, but instead we want an overall. And then here as well, let's do that. So don't worry, we're going to fix the issue with that, but I just want to showcase what we're doing. And then here we're just going to trim this. Here, trim this as well, and then click finish, and then finish. Let's look at it. what we're gonna do is we're going to add just a little bump like that. I still want to feature the design right here. And then what we're gonna do here is we're going to extend this one a little bit, so the flooring, I want it to be up to the edge right here. So let's go to level 2, and we need to select the floor and then edit boundary, and then I want that floor to be all the way onto this side. Obviously we're going to edit the railing as well, but basically we need to move that one. So here I'm going to just select this line, go down, and then here do that same thing as here, and do this. Sorry, this part we do this as well, because right about here is where we need to cover, because I want to cover this one as well, so we need to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna trim and extend right here, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here, and then let's look at it. And then actually we need to do it on this side as well, so it's still focused on the one below. I have an idea. In order for us to see what's going on below is to turn on the overlay or the underlay. So let's go and showcase the level 1, and then now we need to just edit boundary. We can see that this is where it's supposed to be, so I'm going to align it on this one from here. Click finish, and then let's see how it looks. Now it's more on this side now that is not working on, so don't worry, we're gonna fix that as well. And then we just need to align this one onto this side, and then click finish. There we go, everything is aligned. That's the part that I want, is nothing is exposed. So now what we only need to do is we could add something similar above as well. We could have this one wrapping like this. It will look amazing actually if we think about it, because it will be like a big opening at the same time. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to go to south elevation, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add something right here. So I'm gonna do this, so we could actually edit this and then create another one. So I'm going to choose that floor, and then we're going to add this part. Same material and click finish. I want to see it again. I want to extend that, so align from this face. So now it will look like that, and what we just need to do is add something that right here. I want now to extend this one, so I'm gonna finish that first, extend this. So here we go. It's so easy to use this in order to align. So I'm gonna align this again to extend things right here. And then what I'm gonna do here is basically I just want to have this side to be covered. So that's the only thing that I want to finish now right here. I know this is something wrong on this side, but we could just fill that up. I don't want to worry about that too much. So I think it's either east elevation or west. So it's west elevation that we needs to open. And then now we could just fill up this area. Even though we keep on adding, it's fine, it's easy to adjust. So here I'm going to select that. I'm going to create an extrusion, and I'm going to set this one on this, and then I'm just going to add one like that and click finish. So I could play around like that later on. And then now I'm gonna create another one. Extrusion, pick a plane. I want to choose this plane now, and then we're going to wrap around that one. So here this will be 200. Choose the line that you want to remove. That's why I'm choosing this. And then here an overall line again. Select that. 200. Trim and extend. Trim and extend. Select that. And then click finish. And then let's see it at 3D. We're going to extend this one first. So AL. Select it here and then select that one. And then we have another one. This is the first one that we created. So I'm gonna select this face to this face. So that just to fix that part. That is now fixed. And then now we just need to extend this one a little bit up. So AL. And then fix that one. So now that looks nice. What we need to do is, now that we're still here, we could change the materials from the inside, because I want it to be, so split face paint. I want to paint this one as a wood material. So I'm gonna choose mahogany first. So only for the inside. This one we need to split face. So only from the inside of that. And then here it's a different face basically. So we need to go to that edit. That's a different generic model. That's why we're not able to select those. But we're gonna select that later on. Here, this is a wall, so we need to fix that. So now this is a different generic model, so we need to go to edit on that and then click on paint again. Now we'll be able to select that in this part and the top of that. For generic model, you need to do that. You cannot just click on paint, because those are basically different different models. So hopefully you guys understand what I did. So I'm just checking. The only thing that we need to split face is this wall. So we're gonna click on finish. We're gonna use split face for this wall. There's two right here, and then we're going to use the line and click finish. Another split face is this corner. Now we need to click on this and right there, click finish, and then now let's click on paint and we'll be able to select those. So now it looks much better to have those. And then now for here, we're going to create something nice. So this is another model in place, generic model, and then here we're gonna create a sweep, pick path, and then we're going to create the path around the hair. We want to make sure that we're selecting everything and then everything is connected. So we need to TR, trim and extend, in every corner just to make sure that we don't miss anything. So I think everything is good. Now we're gonna click on finish and then edit profile. We're gonna create a profile under this. So here I'm gonna select that up to right here, and then this will be a metal finish. I want it to be dark, so let's look for metal and then let's choose a dark finish. And then for the hair, we're going to just add in an incision just to change it a bit, and then SL, and then so let's delete that first, delete again, and then SL, and then TR. So that's trim and extend, trim and extend, and then click on finish and then finish. So now it looks like this. What I need to do here before we click finish again is to change this to a different finish so that I could add neon light, so it's looking like that. So what we can do is we can actually add or change that. So we need to go to paint and we need to change something right here. I'm choosing plywood sheeting just to make sure that we know that we haven't used it yet. So plywood sheeting, hopefully we haven't used this, and then we're going to select the inner part of this. Or let's choose something parking stripe, and I'm just using this as my guide. Okay, so that's perfect. Everything is actually selected. We don't need to keep on selecting one of each. So that one will be looking nice because that will showcase that. I actually want to add more details here, so I'm gonna edit this and edit sweep and then select profile, edit profile. I just want to add a bump here. So here I'm going to add that, delete here, and then trim and extend. That's fine. Click finish and finish. And then finish again. So that looks much better. I like the look. We could actually add more neon lights going around here if we want to, but that's up to you if to decide. Instead of this one, maybe we could change this to a glass bottom fill. I think that looks much better. But the only thing that I want to delete here is I'm going to edit, and the edit I don't like the railings. Delete, delete. Apply, and then I don't want the top railing to be elliptical. I want to choose maybe because we could change the material, the profile to a square handrail, and then change the materials right here. We need to set up maybe we could choose the same aluminum, and then the change is looking like that. It looks much better. And then if we go back to level 2, we just want to make sure that to edit path, we could just maximize a little bit. Click finish, and then edit this one as well. Edit path, maybe we could just align. And then click finish. I want to edit this one. Just enough. There we go. Just enough to show this, because the panel is, there's a condition with the panel, so I want to showcase that there is a glass panel right there. And then here maybe we could just edit simply the railing, it's only 20 millimeters. Maybe we could just use the rectangle. It probably is nicer and bigger, so that looks much better. So I'm happy with what it looks. I'm also going to change the materials on this side. I could go to paint, and then here I'm gonna choose pine, but before that we need to split face. So I'm gonna choose this face, and we're going to use, so the way it works is you just need to go over the one with orange. That's something that you cannot add. So now I'll be able to select I'll use sash. So that's good. That's for that. We're going to change this part as well. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the corner right there so that it's easier for us. Sorry, I'll just choose this one instead. I could just deal with it right now with this. Split face this wall. And same goes. Just going to grab that, click finish. Click on split face again. And then click finish. Now we could just paint it again with sash, and then here as well. This is either stone or wood. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create extrusion. So we're modeling out our model. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So I noticed that I haven't done this part yet. So we need to split this one as well. So let's go and click on split face and then select this wall. So this wall we need to split right here, the connection, and from here as well. Once we do that, click finish, and then again split face on this face and select the line and then click finish. Now once we click on paint, we use sash, and then we just need to select those. So now on this side as well, we just need to click on sash. So now it's looking good. Everything is covered now. We don't need to worry about anything anymore. Now we could just finalizing, and we just need to add a different finish on this side. Thinking of changing this one, and this one with different finish here and then different finish on this face. So we just need to go to paint. I'm going to do maybe roofing for this side, so that's done, and then maybe this one for this side, so that's done, and then maybe this rigid insulation for this side. So by just doing that, we will be able to select different materials in Twinmotion. And we just want to make sure that we want our materials right there. So for now, I'm satisfied with this. Last thing is I want to add some, maybe a wall sweep or a reveal on this, but this one is too much. So the default profile, we will need to change that, maybe on one brick, and then just add those. So we need to go to south elevation, and then from south elevation I want to see how it looks. We need to pull this one back and pull this one back as well. And then maybe we could just copy multiple, every 350. Maybe add one here, and then just pull it back. And let's look at it at 3D. It's now looking like that. We just need to make sure that we maximize the space. So that is looking nice right there. The only problem that I have is maybe we could add lights inside again, or we could just leave it like that. Either way, it looks nice. I like the style. And then now probably we could add some gate. The gate that I'm planning to add here is something that I used before in Twinmotion. Maybe we could just reuse that. I use it in other projects, so I'm just gonna use that so that we don't need to create a gate here. But it's something easy to add. I'm probably gonna provide that as well. So right now, as you can see, this one is looking good. I like the way that we finish it. The only problem that I want is probably I wanted to add an awning, but for now let's just leave it like this. And then let's go and add the sheets. So I'm going to create a view. So go to ground floor. Under the 3D view, there's a camera, and then here I'm going to create a camera shot facing like this. I'm gonna maximize that. And then change everything to fine, graphic display. Let's click on those. Background to be gradient, and just leave like that. And with that, as you can see, this is looking nicer. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to add the boundary wall, but for now I just want to finish creating the sheet first, and let's deal with that later on. So click on finish, and then in under view we can make this actually something that once we open, this will be the one that we're going to see. So under manage, actually we could click on starting view, and then we could choose this one as our starting view. This will be 3D view. I just want to know 3D view number 1. So every time we open this in the future, this will be the look that we have. Save that. And then let's go to our sheet. Here we could right click and then select new sheet. A0 is already loaded. That's what we're gonna use, but I will show you where you can load more of the title blocks, different kinds of sheet. So title block is right here, and everything is provided from A0 to A4 metric. So you can load whatever you want, but I'm gonna stick with A0 for now and click OK. It will create default. So I'm probably gonna open, so I'm gonna add in the cover sheet, which will have this view. I know this is very small, but you can render this and you can make this one bigger if you want. But here we could actually change the name to cover sheet, cover page. So we could change that. We can change the name here to BEMNN house. And then the owner, ACC. So for now, we're gonna stick with that. We could keep on creating new sheet. So A0 again, And then let's just keep on adding so that we could just keep on dropping those. So up to A105. So now what you can do is you can also double click here. This will be first floor. Sorry. So that's first floor. But we actually did it on A0, so let me fix that. And then here we could double click it here as well. Second floor, we have section, and then let's add one more. We have elevation right here. I'm gonna copy that, and then another one right here. If you want to edit so that we have more spacing right here, we could edit this, edit family, and then here we could just change how big is the, so let's make it 8 millimeters. Load it, don't save it, and then just overwrite existing. So now it will look like that, and then it will look everything like that as well. So once you change that, it will change on all of them, because that's a title block that you created, or it's provided. So now what we have is level 1, our first floor, second floor. We're not going to show the ground floor. And then here it's supposed to be roof. We're not going to show that. But most of the time you should show that. The section that we're going to do is we're going to grab the section, and then put this one on this side. And then right here as well. So I'm happy with this. The only thing that we need to do is before we drop this, as you can see, we changed the scale. We want to make sure that we change the scale on others as well. So let's go to section. I'm going to change that to 1:50 as well. And then you want to make sure to have everything in the view as well. I want to change it to fine. Maybe we could just use shaded or consistent color. As you can see here, it doesn't show too much. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to maximize that. So the view range needs to be maximized in order to show those. So now everything is looking like that. We need to do the same. Choose define, shaded, and we just need to maximize this in order to see all of them. So I'm happy with this as well. So now what we need to do is go to elevation and then change the look as well. I'm probably going to do this to all of them. The background to be gradient, apply, and then OK. Now it's looking like that because we haven't shown the crop region. So here we're gonna crop this. So this is the only thing that we want to show in our sheet or in our view, and then unhide that afterwards. So do the same thing. Shadow right here. Background to gradient. Apply, and then OK. And then now you need to check all of this and then edit the ones right here. And then uncheck that. You can choose to add shadows or you don't have to. I like the way that the gradient looks, especially on the background. And then just crop the area. And then uncheck that, click apply. And then right here, same goes. Change graphic display, gradient, and then let's just add caching shadows. Okay. And then uncheck that. So once you finish everything, what you need to do is you need to go to your first floor sheet and then drag your level 1. Here we haven't do this one yet, so we need to edit those. That's why it's showing like that into our sheet. And before we go back there, let's just do this one as well, so that everything is fixed. Once we go there, you just need to keep on adding. So uncheck that, apply, and then go to first floor. You just need to edit this. I don't want the one at the top there, so I'm gonna go back. Show this. And I'm good. So this one, you could nudge it in place at the top there. Press escape, select only this one. Put it right about there. Select that again in order to edit this. Okay. Now I'll go to second floor. Just double click. Level 2. Drop it right there. it's already fixed. That's why everything is clean like that. Go here, open your sheet, and then just drop level 1 or section 1 and then section 2 right here. That's done. Go to elevation. Now we can drop east elevation first and then north elevation, and then go back here, open A106 elevation, so that we could add the south elevation and then the west elevation right after. So in order for us to print it, just save it first, click on print, make sure this one is checked, you need to select here and then put it back again. Click on select, uncheck this, check all, and then press OK. And then OK again, and it will print. We just need to wait. So we're just gonna save it on this, and then after that we'll be able to open it and see it for ourselves. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the sheets. We printed the PDF for the I showed you guys how to create a full set of the PDF, and now we're ready to go to Twinmotion. So here I'm just going to go to hidden line. You want to make sure that you're on fine so that everything is showing, and then here click on save, and then here we could click on Twinmotion plugin and then select see in Twinmotion. It will load and we just need to wait before it synchronizes. So once you have it, let's see where the model is. So sometimes it happens that the model is not appearing, so you just need to close it off and then click see in Twinmotion again. So wait for it to synchronize again, and then hopefully everything will appear. So here you just need to click on new project, press OK. It will synchronize again, and it looks like it's generating the project that we have, which is here. You want to change the speed. So from number 4 is the speed that I have, and WASD is the way that we're going to maneuver this. So right now, what I usually do is I want to save my Twinmotion, so make sure to save it first. Save as, and go to the folder that you want to save it. And then I'm just going to put this one, name it BEMNN house, and then click save. So once it's saved, I go to burger menu and you want to make sure that you're signed in to Epic Games, because we're for sure going to use one of the features here. We could use Quixel Megascan and Sketchfab if we wanted to. Before we do that now, let's go to our settings. I always want to use my camera and turn off parallelism, and then go to color gradient, none, and then choose blue tint. So that's the first thing that I usually do as well. In terms of the background, we could go to location, click on background, and choose none. And then here at lighting, I always turn off sky dome. And then here, we could go to environments and choose the sky. Let's go to low sun, cloudy, and then I like number 6, so let's go here and then drop down number 6. Let's wait for it to change, and then here we could change the orientation if we wanted to. And then let's put it at the back for now, and then we'll going to deal that with later. So after this, we could deal with that. What we could do is vegetation scatter, or let's add in the materials for the glass. So here I'm gonna put on two-sided glass. I'm gonna put the opacity up and change the color to a darker glass. So once we did that, I'm gonna click on material picker, and I'm gonna select that and make it darker. Press OK, and then here I want to add a wood material. So let's go to Quixel Megascan, and I want to add a plank material. So here I want the wood plank and scale it up a little bit. So that's good with that. I'm gonna use this worn basketball court to have this kind of texture right here. In terms of on this side, I would choose this wooden plank facade, but I would like to stick it with vertical. Or this will be a material that we're going to use, which is a stone material, and I could add this one onto this side and scale it up. And in terms of right here, we could use granite and choose reflection and darken it a little bit. So in this one, we could change it a little bit if we want to. Maybe there is a better materials in Quixel Megascan. So I'm gonna look for something different, marble, tile, and maybe one of this right here. Also, we have stone right here, and then maybe wall, or I want those granite facade. I'm gonna choose this. We could choose the steel gray as well. And we're just gonna leave it like that. In terms of this one, let's pick this one, and then set up the reflection to be up and change it to a dark gray. And you want to make sure that metalness is on. And then let's try this one. I want a darker one as well, or maybe light, so there's a contrast. And then for the boundary wall, I'm gonna choose somewhere right here. Maybe I'll choose this one. This one looks nicer. Just for that one. And then let's choose this, so that everything is looking proper. And then neon light for the inside here. So under material, neon, and we need to select the one that is inside, so that it shows that we have lights there. That looks much better, knowing that it's around here, and the money shot will be right here, showing that this is all connected. And then obviously we need to turn it around. So for the location, or the sky dome, let's choose something like this. I want to see how it looks and how it reflects to our model. We need to add something right here. So I have a user library that I added a gate before, so we might use that one as well. So I'm just looking for it, and this one is the one that I'm referring to. Hopefully I still have something that can check where I found it, and I'll probably provide a link. So go to your scene graph, go to here. You just need to select the ones that are selected right here in order for us to change the sizing. and then now we need to pull it backwards so that it fits like that. And then we're gonna use this, the same thing. So let's change there, and then hold on shift so that we could add it on this one at the same time on this side. Again, we need to select this one again, make it bigger, just enough, and then this one, make it smaller. So instead of us creating that in Revit, it will take time. Now it's been created and we just need to know where to find it. So that is looking much better now. And then we need to add grass. So what I usually do is use vegetation paint, and we could do a vegetation scatter as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use long grass. So maybe this one is good enough. Select that. And then just keep on adding it. And then it will be added on that grass right there. I know some of them is over the space, but that's fine. We could fix that later on. You could erase it, but you have to change diameter in order not to go over past it. So just clean it up a little bit. I'm just gonna undo that part. That's fine with me now. So next thing is we're going to change the materials on this one. So we just need to go back and go to materials and concrete. We could change this one. Probably going to use something here. I like the look, and I want it to be darker a bit, so that's fine with me. This one, this concrete, for the step, I want to change it to this one. A little bit lighter. And then here, we're going to change the material to silver, and we're going to make this one black. And then the reflection, just good enough like that. And then for the ground here, go back to material, ground, man-made, and then here we could choose more and scale it a bit. We could choose that or this brick, which is nicer as well. So we could choose that, or the one with grass in between, just to change it a bit. Let's add in a car. So vehicle, car, and let's add in a small car. So it's sedan and a coupe. So probably a coupe right here. So we have a coupe right here on this side. I think that's good enough. And then one more at the other side. Let's do a sedan or an SUV on the other side. And then let's change this color to a black, and this one, or maybe this one, should be light gray or dark gray, and then this one should be a dark red. Let me see different colors right here. And then this one, let's pull this one back a little bit. And this one, let's make it actually white instead. I still want it to be visual like that. So I'm gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to send it to Twinmotion. Now, we're setting up some materials, and then we're gonna continue working on this. I want to add in some of the vegetation. We already added the grass. Now we're gonna continue working on this by adding in some trees at the back. So this tree is really nice in terms of the how it is very long and how it shapes at the back. Even this one, I'm gonna choose to add it right there. Also, I want to select this. So the glass, I think we need to make it darker a bit so that when it reflects, it will reflect like that. And then bigger trees at the back of the house. So that when we see it from here, it's looking like everything is showing like that. And then we need to have smaller trees right here. And then at the back, something big again. I want to add another one, but with a gap. And then here, we just need to make some small trees to go around. So just adding some trees at the back will make it much better. The bigger the trees at the back, the better, so that it shows something like that. So instead of this background, we're going to go back here into materials, ground, nature, and we're just going to add grass right there. Let's select that, move it a little bit on that side, and basically our shot is like this. We're gonna crop that a little bit at the back. We might just add more trees to scatter at the back so that it doesn't look like it's boring. So we could use vegetation paint and add some of this. Make sure that it will cover everything, at least that we know of. And then here, select those up to here to change the density, and then here to make it bigger. And then carefully just add it at the back long enough that it's not overshadowing this this one's at the front. This is for the shadow. And that is very important. So when that view goes in, it is reflecting on this one as well. So now, at least you can see how it looks. Obviously, we're going to move it forward like that and have the shot like this. So with that said, we could change some of the visual effects right here in terms of gradient, saturation, so it depending on how you like it to be viewed, it's up to you to change. I like the white balance to be lower, exposure to be high enough, sun intensity ambient is good enough here. And then here it will change when we're gonna render it in once we're rendering it with path tracer on. So I'm gonna create an image. So I'm gonna create this image like this. I'm gonna pull it up a little bit because I want to showcase this this structure. and then this view. So I'm gonna pull it down a little bit like that. And then I want to make sure that my viewport is showing the center of the view here, and then click on create. Once you create that, you can click more, and then now path tracer, we can turn it on. And then from here, to make it faster, what you have to do is just put it in low resolution for now, and then from here you change the exposure and how it will balance out in the view. So now here we can put 1 basically. Here we could put 2 sun intensity, and then exposure, and then balance that out with white balance. And if you notice, it looks dark. That's because we didn't add any we didn't add any lighting on this one. So what you can do as well is to add area lights facing on this side, just to have that lighting. So here we could click on refresh on that. If we quit mode, we could see it like this. Now I'm just going to add an area light. So here I'm gonna put the area light in front of this, rotate it facing on this side, pull it up. I want it to be big enough, so the length should be wide enough, and then the length to be wide enough, and then the width to be wide enough as well. So here should be around 10. I think 10 is good enough. I think we could do 10, and then the width is probably 8. And then once we go back to the image, at least there is something going on here. So the only thing we need to do is pull it up a little bit, change the angle so that everything is showing properly. You can add multiple and deal with the attenuation, and then change the intensity as well. So for now, let's leave it at 300 lumens, and then let's try it with this. So now it looks nicer, and then from here we could change this one. Even though we're still in path tracer mode, it's very slow, but we can actually move it, and then we could create fast enough the image. I'll put it up a little bit. move it like that. And then from that, create an image again. And then that's when I'm gonna change it to high, so that once we do our exposure, so here I made a mistake. I'm going to change that a little bit, and then click on that and make sure to refresh. We can put it up a little bit and then change that. So that's good. This is for sure high, and then here let's turn this to high as well. We can change this to move it faster. Refresh and select that and pull it to high. So now at least everything is on high under viewport. So that's how you create image. Now to go and change to video, I'm going to just create the video like this. Click on video to create video number 1. We're gonna set it up like that, and then I'm gonna move in similar to this, and then click create keyframe and change this to number 6 or 6 seconds. Then change my orientation to focus on this. Add a new video part, change it up like that, and add that one as well. So now if I review this, it'll be looking like that. So I'm gonna change this to 7 seconds. And then here, I just want a view like that. I'm gonna change this to 6 seconds. Most of the time I don't use the 10 seconds. It's because that's too much. Probably on this one, we could do probably 8. We could review it first if it's fast enough or too much slow, but it's up to you to double check how it will look. And then here we could just pull it off from here. Around 4 seconds. Here I'm gonna select that around 4 seconds again. Then 2 seconds right here. Just a still picture or image. And then here, going up, image or video. Probably we could just do 5 seconds of that. and then here going out, four seconds of that. And then going over here, four seconds as well. I'm gonna add this. Second. And then going out. Five seconds going out there. Five seconds going out right here. I'm gonna redo that, refresh that, going out. And then lastly, my shot right here to go out. Five seconds as well. So I'm happy with this. Make sure to save it first. And then here, I want to actually click on this menu, rename this. This will be show reel video. And then here, I'm going to duplicate this and then rename it again. This will be my short video. And then click on more. Click on more here. I'm going to change this to 1000. And then this one should be 700. And then from here, I'm going to review what I did. So review the video and to just edit anything that needs to be edited. That's fine. This one's still good. So only the short film is needed to be changed on that. Probably this one can be 2 seconds. This one can be 4 seconds right here. Okay, so that is good. I'm happy with this. So now the only thing that we need to do is to select all of this and then select this one and then click on export and we're good. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.